Welcome to PNC Park. It has been a banner season for Garrett Jones and his rookie campaign. Pirates happy to have him back in the lineup as they get ready to host the San Diego Padres in the concluding game of their 4-game series and the continuation of the 11-game homestand that will wrap up the home schedule in 2009. The Buccos and the San Diego Padres. Greg Brown and Steve Blass with you. Steve, the Pirates have had some guys banged up the last few days. Andy LaRoche has been out of the lineup with an illness. He's been sick. Lastings Millage made a sick catch yesterday. He is back in there, and Garrett Jones scheduled to return tonight.
Yeah, and you hope that creates some offense because it's just been really anemic. The Pirates have been getting pretty good starting pitching, but not much offense. Lasting Millage, a great catch. Didn't give up on the play, continued out and made the commitment with the body. Banged up the knee, walked off, didn't know how serious it was, but he did come back in the ball game, and he has been on fire. He really has. He's been really stroking the ball well, and Lasting Millage, he came here with a lot of baggage, let's be honest, but I think he has made that word commitment part of his daily routine. He's made a commitment to be a better citizen, if you will, but also, here's the big commitment. He is hitting the ball with good authority now. Last 30 games, 346, 6 for 10 this homestand. So there's been nothing wrong with the play for Lastings Millage recently.
The Pirates probably hoping maybe to see some power down the road with Lastings Millage, but he is getting his base hits. And the Pirates also hoping to see some good things from tonight's starter, Daniel McCutcheon.
Right, he had a terrific finish with his work at Indianapolis. Take a look at the overall package with Indy and with the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's given up 4 home runs in his first 3 starts in the big leagues. That's not unusual, but take a look down at the bottom. Lefties hitting 250, righties 325. It should be the other way around. Maybe this is a case of a young guy who's not a power guy, not getting his breaking stuff far enough away from those right-hand batters. It could be that. It could be another factor, but he'll get another shot tonight.
Well, one big left-handed bat in the lineup is Adrian Gonzalez. He's their big bopper. The Pirates have limited him, however, to just 1 hit in 11 at-bats in this series. We'll see if they can keep that up, keep Adrian quiet, as the Buccos take on the Padres coming up next.
On by your Western PA Toyota dealer, where quality, dependability, and good MPG all come standard. Toyota, moving forward. And by Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO.
And welcome back to PNC Park for the finale of this 4-game series. Pirates try to earn a split against the Padres. Reds coming to town for 3 starting tomorrow, and then the Dodgers are in for a 4-game weekend wraparound series starting Friday night. Daniel McCutcheon, his 4th Pirate start.
Yeah, and there might be a feeling that this game doesn't mean much, it doesn't hold much interest, but trust me, to this young man, this is absolutely critical that he has another chance to show what he can do to the Pittsburgh Pirate brass. This is so important.
Well, that's
to this
a great
young man.
point. And there are two spots, obviously, in the rotation wide open for all intents and purposes, and McCutchen well aware of it. Going to spring training next year, he'd like to be penciled in as one of the 5.
Yeah, and his first 3 starts, not awful, not real good, but when you consider they're his first 3 major league starts, he hasn't seemed to be overwhelmed by the atmosphere around here. Last time out, 5 innings, 4 runs given up. The time before that, 7 innings, 4 runs given up. And his first start, 6 innings, 3 runs given up. So not a win to show for it, but not awful.
He falls behind Everett Cabrera, the switch hitting shortstop, 3-1. Andy LaRoche was in on the grass, now backs up a tad. And the strike.
And just 2 walks in each of the first 3 starts, so that's a good indication. You like that kind of number for a young man trying to get his feet wet at the major league level.
And a fly ball to Millage in left. He retires the first man he faces, Everett Cabrera, Southwest starting lineup. For Bud Black's Friars, Cabrera, we saw the fly out to left field and carrying a 5-game hitting streak with him into the game tonight. David Eckstein coming to the plate, then Adrian Gonzalez, Chase Headley will hit fourth, Will Venable in right, Oscar Salazar in left, Nick Hundley is the catcher, Tony Gwynn Jr. in center, and Wade LeBlanc on the hill.
And you can't overstate that first out for a young man trying to get his feet wet. A lot of speed represented by Cabrera. If he loses him now, he's introduced himself to a problem right away in the first inning, but comes back from the 3-1 count and gets the out. That was big.
He sure came to the big leagues and really came to the organization with the reputation of being a strike thrower, and it'll be an infield hit for Eckstein. Just rolling the single to the left side. Ronnie Cedeno will just eat it. Check out the rest of the Pirates defensively. You saw Millage make the catch to start the game with Andrew McCutchen at center. Garrett Jones back in there in right. Andy LaRoche returns at third. Cedeno at short. Delwyn Young back in the lineup at second. Steve Pearce at first and Ryan Velmet behind the plate. Daniel McCutchen on the hill. Delwyn Young out with that sore back.
Back in there, and now the mixed emotions for Adrian Gonzalez. Yeah, he represents a lot of power, 38 home runs, 90 ribbies, but he also hits into a lot of double plays. If you keep the ball down, you got a shot.
Ball 1. A look at how the Pirates play him defensively.
Interesting. They're expecting McCutchen to keep the ball away, as the other McCutchen, Andrew, shaded a few steps over to left center, not playing him to pull.
Oh, there's a drive deep to right center field, and Jones will watch it get out of here. Adrian Gonzalez hits his 39th home run of the season, his 27th on the road, which leads the majors, and a 2-0 lead.
Well, we're talking in the open about the 4 home runs given up in his first 3 starts, and he starts this ball game off giving up the long ball, number 39 to Adrian Gonzalez, and that ball out over the plate. Not enough speed to force him to hit the ball to center field, which might have been catchable, or at least in the ballpark. He was able to extend the arms and turn it back around.
And this ball going to find the spot, drop in there for Chase Headley. Cabrera flies to left, the infield hit for Eckstein, the homer, and the base hit here for Chase Headley.
He gets the important first out, but after that, little infield hit, home run, another hit. Mr. McCutchen's right in the soup. It can happen that fast.
Will Venable 1 out of 4 yesterday, 3 for 10 in the series. Steve was showing you the batting average against for Daniel McCutchen. Righties, lefties. Lefties hitting just .250 against him coming in. Righties 325. He will see 5 left-handed sticks of the 8 position players.
Yeah, and that's kind of a quirky thing. You got to feel like that's going to kind of reverse itself as time goes on. For whatever reason, lefties are, well, the righties, I should say, the righties are seeing the ball a little bit better. Adrian Gonzalez, a left-hand batter, certainly saw his pitch very well.
And for what it's worth, in the minors, lefties hit 242 against Daniel McCutchen, righties 279 this season. At AAA Indianapolis, he was voted the Indians' most valuable player. Daniel McCutchen went 13-6 at Indy this season in 24 starts, a 3.47 ERA.
His finish was the thing that was really impressive. What, 9-1 in his last 10 decisions?
A 1.90 ERA after the All-Star break. 1.90 for Daniel McCutchen, who came over in the Yankees trade last year, along with Ross Ollendorf, Jeff Karstens, Jose Tabata.
Yeah, and the Padres, like any team would, they're going to test a youngster, try to find out what kind of move he's got. And again, not all that much on the line, but all this goes in the file for Daniel McCutchen. How he handles things after that home run, how he handles a potential running game.
Well, Pirates are convinced that Headley is going to take off. Headley has 9 steals in 11 attempts this season. The Padres' third baseman, Kevin Kuzmanoff, still out. Strained left calf muscle, missed the entire series. And that's going to get out of play. A 1-ball, 2-strike count now on Will Venable, facing Daniel McCutchen, the Norman, Oklahoma high school product. He went to Norman High School and the University of Oklahoma, as did his manager, John Russell. Went to Norman High School and the University of Oklahoma. McCutchen was slated to pitch for the World Cup, but the Pirates decided to bring him up and pitch here in September. Count still 1-2, and they knew they were going to shut Ross Ollendorf down and kind of watch Kevin Hart.
Well, wouldn't it be something if McCutchen did emerge and become part of the Pirates rotation? That would be the fruits of that trade.
Two and two, yeah.
Yeah, if you wind up with 2 starters that in your rotation out of your 5 guys in that trade, Ollendorf and McCutchen, then you got to say you made a pretty good trade.
Yeah, I'll say. And if you get a guy like Karstens, can be a swing man, and Tabata, if you talk to enough people, they think Tabata will be part of the Pirate outfield next summer sometime. As Ross Ollendorf shut down for the rest of the season. Fly ball to Millage. He starts back, now comes in and makes the catch.
He's had some interesting situations in left field. Of course, that great catch yesterday where he didn't quit on a ball that was slicing away from him and he made the catch. But he has had some interesting routes to balls. So he's still kind of trying to get a feel for this left field, this big left field. And of course, a lot of it depends on how you react off the ball coming off the bat, regardless of the size of the outfield. So that has to be more consistent. After that, you got to make better angles to the ball. It's not right at you. You got to eliminate that going straight across and then trying to retreat, those kind of things. Run good routes after you make a good jump. That's the key to becoming a good outfielder. Read the ball off the bat and then make a good angle and route to it.
Oh, 0-1 the count on Oscar Salazar. 3 for 4 with a ribby yesterday. Chase Headley at first. Bouncing ball to Andy LaRoche across the diamond for out number 3. An infield hit by Eckstein, and then the Adrian Gonzalez line drive home run is 39th to give the Padres a 2-0 lead. The outfield left to right. The corners for the Padres, Chase Headley, Adrian Gonzalez, the middle, Cabrera and Eckstein, and Hundley does the catching for LeBlanc.
Yeah, this 25-year-old left-hander out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 6'3", 202 pounds. A second-round pick by the San Diego Padres. He's not a flamethrower. Supposed to have one of the better changeups that you're going to see. He's bounced up and down from AAA Portland to the San Diego Padres, so his seventh start now with the big club. There's the changeup, perhaps. Yep, 72 miles an hour. Overall numbers, so the control has been an issue. But you're certainly going to take a hard, long look at a second-round draft choice, that is for sure. He's had a little taste of big league action last year. He had 4 starts.
And he gets McCutchen to pop up on the infield. The shortstop Cabrera coming in. 1 out. Steve's tips to win from our friends at Rivers Casino.
Yeah, make this young man throw strikes, and the reason you can do that is because he's not a flamethrower. Even if you get behind in the count, it's not like facing a guy who's throwing 97 just going to finish you off. Still going to have a chance pretty much to get the bat on the ball and get everybody healthy. There's been the flu running around. You know about Jones being hurt. You know about Delwyn Young being hurt. Andy LaRoche. So you got all those troops back in. So get healthy tonight off Mr. LeBlanc.
Ball 1 on Andy LaRoche.
Now that being said, Mr. LeBlanc has been quite good his last 3 starts, a total of just 3 runs. So he's gotten something figured out recently.
Second time the Pirates have seen him. Steve mentioned he made it to the big leagues last year, made 5 appearances, 4 starts. Gave up 2 runs in 2 2/3 innings of relief last year against the Pirates.
You know, this might be another example, Greg, of a young man still getting his feet on the ground, because in the minor leagues he had exceptional control. The control has been a little sketchy so far, but again, there's so much to learn and so much to absorb, and what you need to concentrate on and what you can put aside so you don't clutter yourself too much. You can't give these hitters, I mean, you got to respect them, but you can't give them so much that you're tentative and afraid to throw strikes. That's a trap that some young pitchers fall into.
And he gets LaRoche. Brings up Garrett Jones. We mentioned he's back after injuring his shoulder on this fabulous play on Friday night.
This flags it down. That's why, of course, you give up the body, go down and just flip the glove up where you think the ball might be. And it was there for Garrett Jones, but cost him a few games out of the lineup. I want to see this guy get 20 home runs. I want to see the 20th home run. I mean, he deserves that with what he's done to this point. LeBlanc has given up 4 in his first 6 starts.
And in the minors this season at Portland, he gave up 15 in 20 starts, 24 appearances overall for LeBlanc. 4.9, 3.87 ERA for Portland, AAA affiliate of the San Diego Padres. He walked 31, struck out 95 at the AAA level.
It's a very good strikeout, strike to.
Oh, Steve, you wanted number 20 for Garrett G.I. Jones, and it is a bomb. Number 20 for the rookie, Garrett Jones. Makes it a 2-1 game.
No doubter. And along came Jones.
Old walking Jones.
Slow talking Jones. Right over the Trib Total Media sign, and that ball didn't take much time to get out of here.
Oh, he hit.
Think you used enough dynamite there, Butch?
A bomb.
Number 20. Well, that takes care of that program. You just like to get to those milestones. That, 10, you get double figures, and then 20 is another.
Especially because he's still going to be considered a top Rookie of the Year candidate, and when you go 20, well, that gets everybody's attention.
Yeah.
And you can see the 4th rookie in the history of the Pirates to reach the 20 home run mark, and this less than a year at the big league level with the Pirates for Garrett Jones.
Yeah, welcome back to the lineup, Garrett.
1-800-SAFE-AUTO reminds you that you're safe at home with Safe Auto, proudly supporting the Obadiah Cole Foundation for prostate cancer screening and awareness. Early detection is the cure. Ralph Kiner hit 23 in 1946. Johnny Rizzo hit 23 in 1938. And Jason Bay, his Rookie of the Year season, hit 26 in 2004. Those were full seasons. Oh, hit in the air to shallow right and a bad break for Venable. Wow. And it will drop in as Eckstein did everything he could. Maybe something about the sky or the lights might suggest that the outfielder's going to have a little bit of trouble with the break, as Millage did in the top of the inning.
Here, you get an idea how far Eckstein goes out. He never quits on it because he knows Venable is not in the equation. There's the hot bat of Blasting's Millage.
Six for 10 in the series, hitting .306 with the Pirates. Millage has driven in 16 runs in 51 Major League games this season, combined with the Pirates and the Nationals. We wonder about the power. Will it come? Pirates hopeful, but Neil Huntington will say not just home runs. Pirates don't look at just home runs. They look at driving guys in, doubles. Home run numbers can fool you. What a productive player. In Lastings Millage, they've gotten a guy who has certainly been getting on base at a strong percentage. .370 on base percentage for him. And a pop-up on the right side. And the catch made by Gonzalez. But Garrett Jones joins three other Pirate rookies in the 123-year history of the organization to hit 20 or more home runs. To Debbie Zook. So Garrett Jones hit the home run.
Well, we wanted some offense because the Pirates have not been hitting much at all. They've got instant offense, but we're still behind. We need some more.
Catcher Nick Hundley taking ball one. And Daniel McCutchen falling behind early, 2-0. Henry Blanco started behind the plate the last two games for San Diego. Hundley pops this ball up toward the seats. Pierce going to go over. It's going to go out of play. Hundley 2 for 4 on Friday. Second round pick by the Padres out of the University of Arizona 4 years ago. Turned 26 the last couple of weeks. Hundley, then Gwynn and LeBlanc for the Padres. And Andrew McCutchen toward the track in right center. Friday, the Buccos battle the Dodgers. And as voted on by the fans, everybody in attendance gets a Paul Maholm bobblehead. Compliments of Trip Total Media. It's also Dollar Dog Night. Compliments of Sugardale and Saloni's Italian Bread. To get your tickets, call 1-800-BUY-BUCKS or visit Pirates.com. Paul Maholm bobbleheads to all fans on Friday, thanks to Trip Total Media. Game 1 of the series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. And this will drop in for a base hit for Tony Gwynn.
Not much room in between Cedeno and Millage, as Millage was playing in tight, but found the open space. Just slices it right in front of Lasting's Millage.
One out single on our Southwest Field cam and brings up Wade LeBlanc. He'll try and bunt Gwynn to second. By the way, Steve, it rarely works out, I guess, this way where you've got a starting pitcher being honored with the bobblehead, but and though the Pirates haven't announced it officially, it would be Paul Maholm's turn to pitch Friday night.
Well,
how about that?
It all fits.
Come on out, see the Pirates and the Dodgers Friday night, and I assume they'll make it official tomorrow that Paul Maholm would be on the hill, would be his turn. Wouldn't that be nice? Here's Maholm. 6 innings, 2 earned runs yesterday. McCutchen, toss to Young, covering, sacrifice for Wade LeBlanc, gets Gwynn into scoring position. Tony Gwynn Jr. at second.
Bunt nicely done. So many things to learn as a young pitcher, and of course damage control is one of them. He gave up the home run in the first. Now the process of getting outs when you need them. He needs one right now. Put a 0 up. You don't want to continue that streak of innings that your opponent scores in. Scored in the first, put up a 0 up at the second. Just get that established.
Home plate umpire Paul Emmel calls it a strike. Scott Berry, the first base umpire, Gary Cederstrom at second, and Bruce Dreckman at third. The crew chief is Gary Darling at second base.
A little bit off the fastball. You like to see that, getting out in front to throw a lot of strikes, and you have to do that. He doesn't throw at 97 miles an hour. He needs to be in front in the count. We said the control number's good in the first 3 starts.
He'll turn 27 in 5 days, Daniel McCutchen. And bounced. Oh, nice stab. What a play that was.
He got way up there.
Wow, how about the Sooner?
Jump much sooner the better.
Yeah. down to the Padres and Steve Pearce at the plate. 6, 7, 8 men in the order against Wade LeBlanc. Pierce 2 hits in his last 19 at bats.
In on the hands of Steve. It's been a struggle, but well, the Pirates made the commitment. We are going to give Steve Pearce a good long look, and they have done that. They've done exactly that. You cannot say that the opportunity has not been there. Another in on the hands. Once again, you don't have to throw it 100 miles an hour to jam somebody.
Pierce really got a break, you'd have to say, Steve, when Jeff Clement went down with the side strain down at AAA Indy. One of the players that came over from Seattle in the Jack Wilson deal, Jeff Clement, seeing mostly first base action with AAA Indy, and the Pirates were going to call him up. But then he got injured just a few days before that potential call up, so Pierce getting even more at bats. On occasion, Garrett Jones at first.
I still kind of get the indication, or have the feel, and I have nothing official to base it on, that Garrett Jones is going to be the Pirates' first baseman next year. But, nothing etched in cement.
Bounce to short. Brings up Delwyn Young.
Let's take a good long look at a good athletic move by a young pitcher. The bouncer high up in the air, and
that's a heck of a play.
He goes way
up there. There's some idea about the athleticism.
And you know, those kind of things, it's tough for pitchers sometimes to gauge how quickly a ball is going to get to you, regardless of the height, because you see big swings and balls don't get back to you, and little swings and they're lined. So timing of a jump like that is, you know, he not only got up high, but he chose the exact right time to go upstairs.
Delwyn Young back in the lineup.
Very easy to go up that high and come down before the ball gets there.
Batting from the right side and quickly in the hole. 0-2. Was a pinch hitter yesterday. He had missed the last 5 games with tightness in the lower back. And you talk about a slump. Hitless in his last 25 at bats and 5 hits in his last 60. It computes to an .083 average over his last 19 games. So his batting average has plummeted from .311 to its current .267.
And he was a hot bat for quite a while, and all of a sudden it just spigot turned off.
Fly ball pretty deep to left. Salazar to the track, makes the catch.
He got a lot of it, but not enough of it. Ball had a lot of height, so Salazar had time to get back and kind of time it.
Salazar making the play. The Delwyn Young drive. Now Ronnie Cedeno. Pirates shortstop hit second yesterday, went 0 for 4. 1 for 11 in the series. This 1 for 11 mini slump coming after he hit safely in 7 straight. And pops this ball up. Eckstein the easy play, and the Pirates go down quietly in the second. Wade LeBlanc and the Padres lead 2-1. San Diego leading it by a run. David Eckstein, an infield hit in front of the Adrian Gonzalez home run. His third hit in 13 at bats in the series. Might have heard Joe Kerrigan yell, "Come on, kid, slow it down.
Yep.
Slow it down, kid." Yep. Strike 2-1.
David Eckstein, the veteran, helped a lot of ball clubs. Look at that intensity. They're locked in, and well, it pays off.
Eckstein, the little engine that could, continues to be a scrappy player. Adrian Gonzalez, anything but scrappy. Got all of that one. His 39th and 27th road dinger gives him 92 RBIs. Barrel.com league leaders.
Yeah, you wonder if his agent is talking to him. I got to get you away from that big ballpark in San Diego. You hit him everywhere else. Get you a shorter ballpark to play your home games in.
There's been a lot of talk, especially this season, with the Padres more than likely slashing payroll. Would they make Gonzalez available? Would he want to leave? But he really has no intention whatsoever. He loves it in San Diego.
The only thing not to love is the dimensions of that ballpark. Great town to play in.
"27 years old, makes a little less than the major league average. Born in San Diego. Moved to Tijuana with his family when he was a baby. Back to San Diego when he was in 5th grade. One out.
Yeah, it's a great town, but have they ever had a summit?
You mean you're not talking about a G20 summit, are you?
Yes, I am.
I don't know. Our researchers.
A lot of stuff going on.
Good question. That could be the Aflac trivia question. Has San Diego ever held a G20?
Or even a G6 or 7.
Whatever. And the Pirates got word today that before Friday night's game against the Dodgers, the newly elected Prime Minister of Japan will be throwing out the ceremonial first pitch here. How about that? Yukio Hatayama will be throwing out the ceremonial first pitch, the Prime Minister of Japan, on Friday. High fly ball hit deep, but it's going to go foul. Chase Headley, 11 home runs on the year.
Big doings Thursday and Friday. They all come into town.
Hope you'll think about coming to town for that Thursday afternoon game. From what we're hearing, there really shouldn't be many problems around the North Shore.
Yeah, everything else, everything's going on is across the river. Right there, the convention center.
T-shirt Thursday. Afternoon affair against the Reds, and ball hit well the other way. A long run for Millage. Fair ball. And it'll go into the seats for a book rule double.
So 2 hits for Eckstein, 2 hits for Chase Headley. As that ball sliced down into the corner just inside the chalk. Pirates escape another run for the time being. Ball going up out of play.
.29 doubles for Headley.
Now this is the kind of situation you like to have that real good fastball in your back pocket to try to get a strikeout. And there's all kind of ways to get it done, but first and foremost is to throw a ball by somebody. Other than that, you've got to really either change speeds and fool somebody or hit a corner just right. Makes it a little tougher when you don't have that 96, 97 mile an hour fastball in your back pocket. Good try, down and in to Mr. Venable. Could Venable be vulnerable to that inside fastball? Daniel tried it.
Tap to the right side. The Pirates infield back.
Well, he's got a situation now where he makes his kind of pitch. You can get that strikeout. He had 5 his first start against Cincinnati, 5 the second one against the Cubs, and then just 1 against the Dodgers last time out.
Pirates, for the most part, aside from Ross Ollendorf, don't really have strikeout starters. And now the infield comes in with 2 strikes. So initially the infield back, and now Pirates bring the infield in all the way around with Venable in the hole, 1 and 2.
Yeah, now that was the 92-mile-an-hour fastball upstairs that, you know, you don't want to be unfair, but if it's 94, 95, it might get by him. But he was able to get up there, catch up to it enough to foul it off. That's the difference.
Oh, man, how about the way this guy's played defense? Daniel McCutcheon, they got 2 men and third, so he can get the quick
Tag
out.
them all. Tag everybody.
It's the preceding runner. It's his bag. So it's Eckstein's bag. The other man is going to be out. Chase Headley.
How about the reactions by Daniel McCutcheon? And this to me is a better play. Well, there's more involved. The reaction play, and he gets it done, does the proper thing. Just sees the other runner coming to third base, so all he has to do is go back there and tag everybody.
Boy, you see Headley started to wander off the bag there? Once he makes the play, it's over because
there's no escape.
Headley had gone to third, so the tough part was making that stab for McCutcheon, and Venable not able to get to second as they weren't able to get into any kind of a rundown. So big play there.
So, as we said, there's other ways to get out of these situations, and a real top-notch reaction play.
Salazar bounced out his first time up. One ball, 1 strike for Oscar Salazar. Daniel McCutcheon showing tremendous athleticism. This is 4th Pirate start. Oh, spanked hard past LaRoche. Salazar brings home Eckstein. 3-1.
Just turns it over and just blisters it past Andy LaRoche.
First and second, 2 outs. 7 hits now for San Diego. And the Padres, a lower team batting average than the Pirates. They're hitting only .242, this Padres team. The lowest batting average in all of baseball. .242 team batting average. All these things come into play when you start talking about how to evaluate players. You've heard Neil Huntington talk about it a lot, and former GMs, scouts that talk about evaluating in September. Teams are out of the race, not much on the line, so maybe tend to maybe relax a little bit more. But spring training, you know, what lineups are you facing? Not to discount whether McCutcheon rights the ship here and then shuts the door the rest of the way, but it is something to keep in mind that the Pirates are not playing highly potent offense this series against the Padres.
And they're still scratching to break even.
Popped up. And Pierce in foul territory makes the play. 1 run in. The RBI for Salazar, and it's a 3-1 San Diego advantage. out after giving up the third run. The top of the third inning, a 3-1 lead for San Diego. Salazar, the base hit. It's McCutchen to lead off.
Well, you expect him to be frustrated because he made such a good play to get the second out. Now he's within 1 out. He can escape that second and third 1-out jam. It just didn't happen. So, yeah, frustrating. You don't want him to be happy about it.
Wade LeBlanc, a 1-2-3 second inning.
Those last 3 outings you're talking about, well done. No runs, 2 runs, and 1 run against the Dodgers, the Giants, and the Diamondbacks. Won 2 of them, and no decision in one of those 3 good outings.
McCutchen, a fly ball to center fielder Tony Gwynn. This Friday at 6, be sure to catch another new edition of Inside Pirates Baseball for the inside pitch on your favorite Buccos, both on and off the field. The place to be is Inside Pirates Baseball, presented by Geico. This Friday at 6, only on FSN.
I don't want to preview this particular one. I don't know if it's going to be this upcoming Inside Pirate Baseball, but I could tell my hole-in-ones story.
All right.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
I imagine it would be this one.
Yep, I'm going to do some work on it tomorrow afternoon.
Mm-hmm. You've been working on it for almost 2 weeks. You should be ready for that segment.
That's right. As Bob Walker said Friday night, I caught you guys on the broadcast. He said, well, everybody in Western Pennsylvania knows about it by now. He was right.
They should.
He was right on the button.
Andrew McCutchen, the bounce to short. Cabrera on to first. And it's time to check out our This Day in Pirates baseball history, brought to you by Day Automotive. It was on this day in 1925, Kai Kyler tied the National League record, got his 10th consecutive hit before the Phil's Art Decatur was able to get him out. Pirates won 9-7. This day in Pirates history. Thank you, Day Automotive.
10th, so he was 9 for 9.
Yeah.
9 for his previous 9.
Not bad, huh?
Yeah.
Kai Kyler, and his outstanding Hall of Famer, former Pirate, who we actually got a chance to meet years ago. You and I, his great-grandson, wasn't it?
Great-grandson, yep. Down on Longboat Key. You did a lot of research that afternoon. Got a lot of historical data.
1925 season, he finished a close second to Triple Crown winner Rogers Hornsby for MVP. A World Series hero against Washington. Washington Senators Walter Johnson. Yeah, there's a Jolly Roger. Always smiling.
Always making friends.
Andy LaRoche back in the lineup and lines a single to center. Here he is.
Keeping up with the Joneses.
His first home run since September 21st. Since September 8th here on September 21st. Do you know that was his first home run since September 21st?
I don't
know if you knew that or not.
I was thinking about that,
Yeah.
but then I was glad to hear you confirm it.
Solo shot off the lefty, Wade LeBlanc. And for Garrett Jones, his 6th home run off a left-handed pitcher.
He's got an A+ in hitting, but a D and plays well with others. A lot of these home run solo shots.
16 of his 20 homers come with nobody on. (15 of 20). still, how impressive has he been? I'm sure to garner some Rookie of the Year votes, playing in only his 69th game this season in 266 at-bats, 20 homers.
You know, 20 is just one more than 19, but we talked about before the perception. 19 is a teen, you know, that's a teen number. 20 is 20, that's the next notch. So even from a perception standpoint, it's a big home run.
Leads all National League rookies in homers, slugging percentage. Count now 2-2 on Garrett Jones. 20 home runs, 40 RBIs.
You know, he probably won't have a real appreciation right now until the season's over. But, you know, as a free agent, you're wondering where your career is headed. You're wondering if it's going to keep going, especially at the major league level. So he is signed as a minor league free agent. He has done this. And again, you're so wrapped up during the season, during the actual season itself, you really don't put your feet up and say, boy, I've come a long way from being a minor league free agent. But he has, and he will have an appreciation for that during the upcoming offseason. Appreciation from a personal standpoint, satisfaction, and perhaps in the checkbook.
Yep, joining the likes of Ralph Kiner, who hit 23 homers as a rookie in 1946. Checks his swing and he takes 3-2. Never forget talking to Tony Beasley, the Pirates' third base coach, when the Pirates were down in Florida the first week of July, and Jones had hit by that time just a couple of homers. And Tony Beasley in the clubhouse said, "You watch." He pointed to this guy on the lineup card. He said, "He'll be double digits. He'll hit at least 15 home runs this season." I said, 15? He goes, he said he might hit 20. I said, what? He goes, yep, he's that strong. You watch. And Tony Beasley, you were right. And tonight's Plays That Made You Smile, brought to you by our friends at Aspen Dental. And the play that made us all smile, the Garrett Jones. There's your G20, Steve. Right there. 20 home runs.
Yep.
Thanks to Aspen Dental, the play that made you smile.
20 good.
2 on, 2 out, men in scoring position. John Russell was very blunt. His comments about this Pirates offense, that we're not a very good offense right now. He said we're missing some guys, but we also aren't taking good at bats. We don't have a good approach with runners on base, taking a lot of one-pitch at bats with runners on base. We've got to do a better job than that.
That really makes it easy on the opposing pitcher when he gets, 1-2 pitch outs. Right now you got a situation, if Domet can find a gap or a corner, you got Garrett Jones at first base with nobody holding him on. Gonzalez well and back in. He's got great speed. You could pick up a couple runs here if you find a 2-base hit. Mr. LeBlanc digging himself a hole as
Parrot studying on that G20, isn't he?
He's looking at the traffic patterns.
Yeah.
Yep. Little does he know that that paper will be in the bottom of his cage tonight.
Check swing. 2-0 count. Pirates down by 2 on. Domet single to right field in the first inning.
Would you consider turning him loose here, the green light? I would.
Yeah, I'd consider it.
I'm supposed to ride the fence, not you.
I've learned well, haven't I?
Taking all the way.
Like I said.
Yeah.
I'd take.
Consider it. Reject it. Consider it first and then reject it. Still in a good position. A couple men on, 3-1 count.
And he's aboard. The bases are loaded. Steve, you're talking about where that newspaper would be.
Yeah.
Running the cage, huh? All right, Aaron Volsey, the pitching coach of the Padres, going to go out and talk with Wade LeBlanc with the bases loaded, 2 outs, and Lasting's millage at the plate.
Yep, we talked about one of the keys to the game. Be patient with LeBlanc. He has been struggling with his control. A couple of walks here has put him in the soup.
Lasting's millage popped up to first base in the first. Millage an on-base percentage while with the Pirates of .351, slugging percentage of .400. LaRoche at third, the 2-out single. Garrett Jones walked. Ryan Domet moments ago drew the free pass. Millage looks at ball 1. Hitting .257 with men in scoring position, just .188 with 2 outs and men in scoring position as he takes the strike. 1-1.
Mr. LeBlanc will not get a lot of calls when you're struggling with your control. You've got to prove to the home plate umpire that you're capable of throwing the ball in the strike zone.
Fights it off and pops it up. Shortstop Cabrera. The Pirates leave them loaded. San Diego still up 3-1. All right. Tony Gwynn Jr. at the plate.
You know it's right.
I think you're right. I think that's a bunny type of question.
A bunny type of question?
Easy.
Oh.
Bunny. Bunny hop. Any Bucco fans, any baseball fan. Tony Gwynn Jr. comes to the plate and we present the Aflac trivia question. Line drive to right and caught by Garrett Jones. I mean, honestly, Steve.
I was right on it.
Honestly.
You're taking away from my quick, accurate answer. Bunny. Killed a wabbit.
Silly wabbit.
Killed a wabbit.
Wade LeBlanc sacrificed in the second. Cecil Cooper fired today.
Yeah. Dave Clark. takes
Former
over.
Bucko,
Yep.
interim manager. With 13 games left, they were 9 games under 500. They fired Cecil Cooper, who was hired August 27, 2007 to replace Phil Garner. So he finishes his Astros career as skipper 1 game over 500, 171, 170.
Here's the real trivia question. Dave Clark had that horrendous collision in right center field at Three River Stadium.
Jacob Brumfield.
Thank you. Funny question.
Next.
Didn't you tell me that you saw Paul Wagner in Milwaukee?
Yep.
Had a nice visit with Paul?
Yep. I said honestly. Fly ball to left. I don't know why you would bring up Paul Wagner all of a sudden. 2009 Pirates baseball on FSN. Pittsburgh is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com, grab your bag. It's on. Uh-oh, Steve.
This is like one of these.
Steve, the little trick.
Yeah.
Now that's, they put the wrapper over the chewing gum.
Well done.
That's great because it makes it even more prominent.
Yeah, they just didn't lay it on top of the hat. They
Yeah.
got it sticking up on edge. The ultimate,
Pretty clever.
The ultimate bubblegum
That's
ad.
got to be tough to do.
That usually happens when a guy lays his hat down somewhere.
Daniel McCutcheon has a 1-2-3, top of the 4th inning. Padres in front, 3-1. Chew on that a while. Steve Pierce grounded out to the shortstop Cabrera, leading off the 2nd inning against Wade LeBlanc. 2nd round pick in 2006 out of the University of Alabama.
Has some separation on that curveball. Not a flamethrower, but 72-mile-an-hour curveball. Good separation from the 82, 83, 84-mile-an-hour fastball. Just as long as you create separation. Doesn't have to be 100 down to 85.
Pierce likes to chew that bubble gum. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Fortunately, he doesn't have to grab it off the top of his hat.
No, I believe that's Paul Navarro, the assistant trainer for the Padres. Pretty common baseball trick. Strike 3 is called. A little prank.
Oh yeah,
seen that over the years.
There's a bunch of them. Yep. Light shoelaces on fire. You can. Oh, there's a good ball.
Oh, that is
good.
Yep.
Oh yeah, discovery. Larger.
That is great.
Application is the key.
That might have been Turner Ward there. Strike called on Delwyn Young. One ball, one strike.
Pirates missed a big opportunity in the third inning. Bases loaded. Last thing, Millage got jammed, popped out to short. Leave 3. There's that changeup.
Delwyn Young now 0 for his last 26 at bats.
.86, so higher up on that scale than I thought. LeBlanc was rated to have the best changeup in the Padres organization, and we see why. Right on the corner, down and away. The pitcher's pitch. Strikeout number 3. This really didn't move all that much. A lot of those lefties will tail that fastball down and away. You can see it move away, but that one just started down the rain barrel, as they say. Just stayed right on that outside part of the plate. He gets the third strikeout, second of the inning.
LeBlanc making his 7th start this season at the big league level.
And as we said, the last 3 have been very good against the Dodgers, Giants, and Diamondbacks.
His 11th major league start overall. Cedeno fouls it off 2-1. LeBlanc, as we said, a second-round pick in 2006 out of the University of Alabama. Was headed for his hometown, which was Lake Charles, Louisiana, headed for McNeese State in that town, but coach of that team, Todd Butler, left to become an assistant at Alabama, so LeBlanc followed him there. Todd Butler, now the head coach at Arkansas. 3-1 count on Ronnie Cedeno.
Well, when they start flashing that bonus money at you, you will usually follow your own instincts.
Sure you do. Follow the money, don't you?
Walk number 3.
Daniel McCutchen. He flied to center field in the 3rd. Aflac trivia question. Only 2 players in National League history to win 8 batting titles. Tony Gwynn was coming to the plate. Tony Gwynn Jr., his father, certainly one of them. And we said honestly. And then Steve said, didn't we talk to Paul Wagner recently? So all the hints were there. The force at second. Pirates go quietly in the 4th and trail 3-1.
AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered.
I got a trivia question for you.
Go ahead. Shoot it to us.
It's,
Shoot it to us.
It's not a question. It's just somebody was telling me the other day, 1942, Ted Williams wins the Triple Crown, and it's not the MVP.
How did that happen?
It had to be a popularity contest. Joe Gordon of the Yankees won it. Can we verify that? It's astounding. Somebody wins a Triple Crown and they're not the MVP.
That's amazing.
Of course, I could be wrong, too.
No, not you. Joe Gordon did indeed win it in 1942.
Can we draw up Ted Williams' stats?
Sure.
That'd be fun to look at. First of all, what did Gordon do? What were his numbers?
Let's see.
I think he led the league in strikeouts. Struck out the most.
He beat out Ted Williams at 268. Oh, I'm sorry. No.
268.
No, he was a career 268 hitter. Let's see what he did that year to win the MVP. David Eckstein at the plate. So 1942, he hit 322. He led the league striking out 95 times. He also led the league grounding into 22 double plays. But he did play for the Yankees, Steve.
He did. And not a lot of writers really were fond of Mr. Williams. 322.
About that. Now let's see what he did in the other categories. 1942. 18 homers, drove in 103. Fly ball. Center fielder McCutchen.
Going to get David out. So 322, 18 home runs, 103 RBIs. Not a bad year.
But not Triple Crown here.
I wouldn't think.
A 900 OPS.
I don't.
I know.
Don't start with me.
I know.
Don't start with.
I know you don't care
me.
for it. I understand.
Thank you.
But Ted Williams' OPS was 1.147.
Is that like an IPO? You start a new company, you're selling stock or something? Anyway.
36 homers, 137 RBIs for Ted Williams that year.
And average?
And he hit 356.
Okay. I guess Joe just nudged him out.
Scored 100. He led the league in runs scored, homers, RBIs, walks, batting average, on base percentage, slugging.
Okay. Just
Adrian
thought that was
Gonzalez.
kind of interesting.
Very interesting. Gonzalez with his 39th home run.
I guess Joe Gordon just froze him out. Huh?
Yeah. We were told that Gordon really took off, though, in the World Series and showed that the voters were correct. When he went, what did the trailer tell us? Two for 21 in the World Series that year.
Yeah,
no homers, no RBIs.
They were critical hits.
2 huge hits for Joe Gordon. Of course, Pittsburgh, familiar with that name. No relation to the longtime great publicity man of the Steelers, Joe Gordon.
Yep.
And a fly ball to McCutchen in right center.
By the way, Joe and Babe Gordon very much involved in the 65 Roses Club. We have here the Pittsburgh Pirates supporting research money raised for research in the battle against cystic fibrosis. And that's appreciated, Joe and Babe.
Absolutely. Chase Headley, 2 for 2. Tapper to the right side and foul. Pirates Charities has done great work all year long once again. Congratulations to Paul Mahalam for the Roberto Clemente Award, a local award.
Each team has a candidate.
So he's in line to win the national honor.
Yep.
Grounder to second. And a 1-2-3 fifth for McCutcheon, who has set down 7 in a row but trails 3-1. Sponsored by Verizon, the Zambelli Fireworks Plus, legendary classic rock band Foreigner, live in concert on the field. Tickets going fast. Visit Pirates.com or call 1-800-BUY-BUCKS.
Well, I'm glad that Sky Blast is after the summit.
Yeah. G20 will be gone by then. Foreigner coming to town. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That would be not too good like the night before, would it? With security concerns.
One and two on Andrew McCutcheon. He has popped to short, bounced to short.
Well, now that we've got the other McCutcheon squared away, Andrew, let's get it started here in the 5th.
Hit sharply off of Headley. That just ate him up and past him.
Too hot to handle.
Should be a base hit. Ball was blistered.
It's that kind of Olay play. If you come up with that play, it's a brilliant play, reaction play on the side step, but you don't always get it. Ball ate him up.
Base hit for McCutcheon. And now Andy LaRoche, he's 1 for 2. His father is here for a couple days. Longtime big leaguer, former all-star pitcher Dave LaRoche. Here to see his son Andy. Pitching coach for the Toronto Blue Jays minor league system for a while, so their season over gives him a chance to see Andy in person. I'm sure he's caught Adam on more than one occasion.
Adam doing his usual thing, coming on strong at the end of a season.
And one of the many questions facing the Pirates this offseason and into 2010 is the long-term position for LaRoche, Andy LaRoche. Harris said they would be open to the idea if they thought it was the best option to move Andy LaRoche, or give him a shot at second. He has done some of that in the minor leagues. McCutchen with 16 steals, caught 5 times.
Some of the fans getting restless, hollering at Mr. LeBlanc to throw the ball to home plate.
He strikes out Andy LaRoche.
He has been featuring decent stuff by all measures, but not overpowering stuff, and eating right-hand batters up inside 85, 86 miles an hour. And has been getting inside on the handle and picking up the inside corner on right-hand batters.
Came in doing a great job against right-hand hitters this season at the big league level. Batting just 197 against them, our righties. Garrett Jones homered in the first and walked in the third. His 20th home run of the season.
Both of these pitchers kind of reversed with the righty against righty, lefty against lefty numbers.
Yeah.
You would figure that LeBlanc would have better success against left-hand hitters. Certainly not afraid to come across the strike zone and get inside in the kitchen. Mr. McCutchen might be trying to time LeBlanc, kind of a false semi-start that last delivery to Garrett Jones. Sometimes that will prompt another throw to first base if the Padres think he might be thinking about going on this one.
Garrett Jones at AAA Indy this season before he was called up. Hit a dozen homers. Drove in 48 for the Indianapolis Indians club. Another throw over.
See if Garrett can find a gap and see how fast Andrew McCutchen can get around the base pass. Down into the corner, catch a gap, right center, left center. He is fun to watch.
Two and two. Very much concerned about McCutchen.
We're very concerned about our crowd, Mike. Critics down there criticizing Mr. LeBlanc.
Garrett Jones called up to the Pirates June the 30th. He is caught looking. Back-to-back Ks for LeBlanc.
Second time he's done that. He got Pierce and Young back-to-back in the fourth. Just painting that outside corner. Number 5.
Doman on base twice against him. Doman was 0 for 4 yesterday, but lined out a couple of times. He's 1 for 9 in the series.
And finally does go on a foul ball after all that.
How about that?
Frustrating day for Ryan Doman yesterday. 2 errors, 0 for 4. It was not much fun.
2 for 12 in the series Domet, including that 0 for 4 yesterday. 2 errors. Chance to throw out a runner on a double play ball in the 3rd. Led to 1 unearned run, and then threw a ball away on a stolen base in the 9th. And out of the blue, the Pirates started Domet in right field on Saturday afternoon. First time in 2 years. We talked to Neil Huntington on his radio show yesterday about that, and Domet with another hit. 2 tonight, on base 3 times. Talking to Neil Huntington about Domet. You take a look at this swing.
Yeah, another changeup, but Ryan just kind of staying back, and certainly easier to pick up when the ball is up around your eyes. Kind of out in front, but still has enough direction on the bat swing.
2 on, 2 outs. Neil Huntington said that John Russell called him Friday, and with the injury to Garrett Jones and with Clayton Richards scheduled to start on Saturday afternoon, the left-hander, and wanting to try and get as many right-handed bats in there, Pirate skipper called the GM and asked him what he thought about starting Domet in right field, and Huntington was for it. Domet not only was all for it, but the next day talked very enthusiastically about getting some playing time out in right. Millage, who popped up with the bases loaded, 2 outs in the 3rd inning.
Way out in front of that changeup.
He popped up to first base with Domet at first in the 1st, and now for the 3rd time he comes up with 2 outs and men on base. And these are the situations the Pirates will be watching. Not necessarily the home runs from Millage, but if he's going to be the regular left fielder next year, he has got to come through in these type situations. Ground ball to short. Hastings Millage having a rough night after a 3-hit afternoon yesterday. 3-1 San Diego.
Got in on the hands. Nice little run that Daniel McCutcheon has put together after the run scored in the 3rd inning. 7 in a row.
He retired Venable on a nice play, comebacker in the 3rd. Venable fly to left in the first inning. The Princeton product, Will Venable, former teammate with Russ Oldendorf, and a nice play there by Steve Pearce.
Well, the struggles at the plate for Steve Pearce have not affected his defense. He's been playing a very rock-solid first base. Ball tried to come up on him. He stays with it.
Well done by Steve Pearce with the glove. He brings up Oscar Salazar.
So Daniel McCutcheon, to me, doing just fine. He has not walked a batter. The control has been very good. Gave up some early offense, 3 runs. 2 of them came on that one pitch that he served up to Gonzalez. Other than that, I think he's doing a pretty good job. Could have had an inning get away from him in the third, but got Hundley to clean that up after a run hit scored.
Ahead of Salazar, 1-2. Salazar's been a pretty good pickup this summer. Came over from the Baltimore Orioles for Clay Meredith. And popped up. There's Pearce. Should be easy. Two up, 2 down for Daniel McCutcheon. Check out how we got to this point. Tonight's game summary is brought to you by A&L Motors. Adrian Gonzalez, that first inning home run with a man aboard and 1 out. His 39th of the year and his 27th on the road. Garrett Jones at his 20th in his rookie campaign. Oscar Salazar had an RBI single in the third. Daniel McCutcheon, John Russell, University of Oklahoma products, former Pirate Mark Redmond. Remember Matt Rubel for a time, the left-hander. Remember Danny Jackson, of course. And how about Don Schwall, former Sooner?
Yep. American League Rookie of the Year in 1961.
Joe Gordon didn't beat him out for that?
No. Think about being a rookie in the American League in 1961 with the Yankees. The team they had, Mantle and Maris, the machine that was the New York Yankees that year. Don Schwall coming over to the Pirates from Boston with a good friend Jim Paglaroni.
Don Schwall very active in the Pirates alumni doings.
Yep, and for quite some time was the head man for the Bob Prince Charities. And that was a very active project.
Don Schwall with Boston in 1961 went 15-7 with a 3.22 ERA to win that 1961 Rookie of the Year award.
361, still 8 teams in the American League.
He was involved in that deal you mentioned, Steve. The Pirates sent Dick Stewart to Boston, part of that trade. And a liner to left. Nick Hundley will have his first hit. It's a double.
You remember the famous story about Dick Stewart after he got traded to Boston. Came home late one night about 4 o'clock in the morning, and his wife threw a bowling ball at him and missed him.
A bowling ball?
And went through the window, and he said, "You should have known I couldn't catch it." Dr. Strangelove. Dick Stewart. Used to sign his autographs, Dick 66 Stewart. He had 66 home runs in Lincoln, Nebraska one year in the minors.
And didn't mind that tag of Dr. Strangelove. That's what's remarkable. You can't, I mean, in this day and age, you can't comprehend calling a player Dr. Strangelove for how bad he was defensively. You just couldn't.
Or you'd be thrown out of the game.
Yeah.
Lose your job. Well, the pitch chart for Daniel McCutcheon, the third, as he worked out of that jam we were talking about, and quite efficient in the fourth, fifth, and still a chance to be quite efficient here in the sixth. It was Dick Stewart's famous call every time the ball went up on the right side of the infield. Maz, you got room. You got room, Maz.
All yours, Maz.
You got room.
One of 13 available pitchers for Bud Black is Greg Burke. That is a crowded bullpen. Really both.
Well, take a look at the Pirates. The lineup in the Pirates right in back of them. There's a lot of personnel in the white uniforms too.
No room on the bench. Tony Gwynn single to left, line to right.
Daniel needing another key out to keep this ball game within reach, very much within reach. There you got a roster there. The white uniforms. It's like the white version of the Rockettes, New York City.
Finish off the intentional walk. They couldn't get Gwynn to bite on balls that were out of the zone, so they walk him intentionally. Now Edgar Gonzalez bats for Wade LeBlanc. It's such a strong Padres bullpen. I guess they figure get LeBlanc out of there.
Mr. LeBlanc, he can win it, can't lose it. He goes 5 innings, giving up a run.
The starter's ERA for the Padres is .490. The bullpen .371. Adrian Gonzalez's older brother Edgar. As we said, they both grew up along with another brother, David Jr., the Gonzalez's in both San Diego and Tijuana. Pop up to center fielder McCutcheon. Will do it for San Diego in the top of the 6th inning. Padres leading 3-1. In the 2nd inning, he went way up to get it. And then later, hard shot back to the box. Just off the bat of Will Venable. He'll get an out at 3rd. Tonight's Coors Light Breeze Cam brought to you by Cross Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
taking that hot shot back toward the middle and trying to get through the middle on the backhand side. So LeBlanc goes 5 innings, giving up a run on 5 hits. He walked 3, struck out 5. You take a look at Daniel McCutchen sitting beside his catcher, Ryan Doman, and Greg Burke on to work in his 46th game, 3-3 with a 4.15 ERA. Verify those stats.
Burke pitched a 1-2-3 fourth inning on Friday night. Pierce has bounced to short and struck out looking.
Be nice to get a little offensive support for Mr. McCutchen as the bats are once again quiet, with the exception of the Garrett Jones home run. Not much happening for the Pirates offensively again. I'm talking early in the game, Greg, the starting pitching has done a pretty good job, but it's overshadowed by the lack of offense.
Yep. And it's Phil DeMatre, Pirates bullpen, if we get down to that 9th spot. They would pinch hit for McCutchen. 3-1 count on Pierce. And a walk to start things here. Brings up Delwyn Young. Get out the schneid here. Hitless string has reached 27 at bats.
Has proven to be quite a streaky hitter with the Pirates. He was on fire and now he's ice cold.
Not out of play. One of the coldest streaks we can recall quite some time. Still pales in comparison to some of the longest slumps over the last 30 years or so. How about Dave Campbell in 1973, the former Padre? 0 for 43 at one stretch. Dave Campbell, now broadcaster, of course, base hit, and there it is. 0 for 27. The streak is over.
This is worth another look for sure.
From all angles.
Downstairs, gets under, lifts it into right field. Got it again where the Padres are conferring what they want to do defensively. Cedeno at the plate, pitcher spot. On deck, Brandon Moss already out in the on deck circle.
I wonder, Cedeno looks as though he is a real good bunter. So the Pirates struggling to score runs, might move the runners up, and then Moss would bat. We'll see.
By the way, didn't they call Dave Campbell Soup?
Yeah.
So soupy. Soup. Yep.
Yeah, 0 for 43 in 1973. Tommy Dean with the 70-71 Padres had an 0 for 40 stretch.
That's those early years of the Padres. Yeah. Padres expecting the bunt. In at the corners. They're going to get it. You're right. Very good bunt.
The catcher Hundley goes on to first. Brandon Moss will be announced as the pinch hitter for Daniel McCutchen.
Squares around with confidence, puts it down nicely, gets the job done.
Well, Ronnie Cedeno will pop up a walk and a sacrifice, greeted by the bench. Moss 2 for 3 plus a walk yesterday. He had a pinch hit single in the 9th inning on Saturday afternoon. And he went 1 for 4 with a 2-run triple in the 1st inning on Friday night. As Hundley goes out to talk once again Greg Burke out of Duke University.
Daniel McCutcheon goes 6 innings, giving up 3 runs, 8 hits. Walker Man did not record a strikeout.
And Bud Black is going to make the change.
Wants Ryan Webb, perhaps.
He's got 3 lefties available: Pareda, Ramos, and Thatcher. But he does have the right-hander, Thatcher, up. And Brandon Moss is going to face him rather than Greg Burke. They have their reasons. Doesn't appear on the surface to make a ton of sense, placing one righty with another. Now finally making the move. Paul Emmel forces the issue. Columbia Gas 8-1-1 call to the pen. Pirates have a couple on in scoring position, down by 2. Season ticket package for 2010, a trip to spring training, much more. Plus, all the players will be greeting fans at the gate from 12 to 12:30 before the game on Sunday. For tickets, visit Pirates.com or call 1-800-5-BUCKS. It's Fan Appreciation Day this Sunday as the Pirates host the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 3 of their 4-game series.
Ryan Webb on to work here with runners at 2nd and 3rd and 1 out.
Lefties are batting .231 against Ryan Webb. Who knows? And so many things could be involved here. Maybe wanting to save a couple of his lefties for later. I don't know about injuries, but he goes with the righty, replacing the righty. Look out. Don't want to be picked off there.
If you get picked off there, then just don't even go to the dugout. The manager will not be happy to see you.
Ryan Webb pitched the 7th inning on Friday. He got Brandon Moss to ground out to the right side. And he'll do it again to the right side. And now Pierce didn't break for the plate. Oh my goodness. That is unbelievable, and more incredibly is they don't get the out. The out was waiting for Gonzalez at third base, as Delwyn Young had gone to third, and Pierce was obviously supposed to go on contact, or so it would appear by that play, and he stopped.
Yep, they were going to give the Pirates a run. No good was coming out of that play for either side. Steve caught in the middle, and then Gonzalez coming over.
Wow.
Waiting too long. Not real good baseball displayed by either side there. Yeah, Adrian Gonzalez just made the initial move. It just committed to the move to go to first base and concede the run.
Yeah, the infield was back conceding the run, so you would think that the base runner was told to go on contact. They're looking for outs in this situation. And for some reason, Pierce froze. So the Padres get a break in that regard. The Pirates get a break by the fact that it wasn't a double play. McCutchen could take a lot of the sting away from this peculiar sixth inning with a base hit. McCutchen singled off Webb in the seventh inning on Friday night, single to center. Again, John Russell has addressed these situations, batting with men on, especially men on base. It will be up to Andy LaRoche.
Watch Gonzalez as we take another look at this play. There's Pierce. Gonzalez, he looks over there, but he's making the commitment toward first base. Although, with the look he gave, that look that he looked over at third base might have been the trigger that made Steve Pierce freeze. He did look as he's going toward first base.
Told to go on contact, you got to go. Yep. Because he had the runner held up to dry there at third base. Regardless of the look, you would think, right, Steve?
Right, yeah.
Well, Gonzalez is an excellent first baseman, very aggressive, throws across the diamond maybe more so than any other first baseman in the league. With the infield back.
You got your guy at second going on the contact.
Right.
So, yeah.
So you've got to go if you're at third. 1-1 strike the count on Andy LaRoche.
Bottom line, even if you got the look from Gonzalez, you got to go, even if he's looking over at you. Because basically, the look is not going to transfer into a throw from there. He's going to take the out.
Sure.
That's given. The look is not going to prompt the throw.
They're ahead 3-1. And now 1-2. Well, again, Pierce obviously does see Gonzalez look.
Yeah. And that's when he froze. He bit on the look, basically.
The Pirates even might have gotten a break on the call. That was very close at third. 2-2. Boy, if the Pirates don't come out with at least a run here, I think the bench isn't frustrated now. John Russell. It's up to Andy LaRoche. A 2-2 count against Ryan Webb.
Find a gap here. Break out of this stuff.
Oh my. Another break for the Bucks. And they get the run on the wild pitch. So how frustrated must Bud Black be? Crazy stuff.
It is.
A one-run game.
Well, now you can really do some damage. Base hit because you know McCutchen's going to score.
Shot to second, and Eckstein makes the play. The Pirates get one thanks to the wild pitch by Webb, and they trail it by 1. Pirates end up getting the run after all, thanks to the wild pitch. Talking to Ramon Vasquez, Steve Pierce, which appeared to be, and we don't know all that goes on in terms of signals and what they're told, but by the looks of things, the infield's back. They're up 2 runs, 1 out.
If Beasley gives him the go on contact sign, and there's a sign, then his job is done.
Right. He's got to go. Daniel McCutcheon.
He departs, having gone 6 innings. There you see the numbers, 3 runs. I thought he did a good job. 3 runs on 3 earned runs, 1 walk. Didn't record a strikeout, but you don't have to. I thought after the home run, he did a good job the rest of the time out there. So, all in all, I'd give him a nice B+. Phil DeMontre coming on to work against the top of the order, and critical that he keeps the speed of Everett Cabrera off the base paths.
Cabrera 0 for 3 from the left side. Now bats right-handed against the lefty DeMontre.
Take those numbers down quickly, please.
Yeah, Phil would appreciate that.
He would.
DeMontre has struggled. Gave up the 2-run walk-off homer to Andre Ethier last Tuesday. Walked a pair of batters in a third of an inning, charged with an unearned run. Suffered his 2nd straight loss on Saturday.
And looking to hold the fort as the Pirates have crept to within 1. Still not a dazzling offensive outburst, but they are in this ball game.
2-2 on Everett Cabrera.
You know, when you are struggling, as Phil is, and not just to pick on him, but whenever a pitcher is struggling, if it happens time after time after time, you've got to let somebody know you're out there. And you don't have to hit anybody, but you have got to establish yourself that you're going to come inside, you're going to protect your hitting or your pitching zones and your pitching areas, and tell these guys, hey, I don't want you too comfortable up there. And eventually you have to do that. And then you got to back it up with making some better pitches. Yeah. Simple. Watch out. So the starters have departed, having done pretty good work. McCutcheon's work we were just describing, and LeBlanc 5 innings, giving up 1 run. So his string of good starts continues. Phil trying to come far enough inside to tie up Cabrera, but he stays alive.
Cabrera was 1 out of 3 yesterday, a walk, a sacrifice fly, 5 hits and 14 at bats in the series. He's 22 years old, from Nicaragua, Rule 5 pick from Colorado.
Good breaking ball. That's the way you start off the 7th inning. The hook downstairs. And Mr. Cabrera swinging right over the top of it. Here comes the pest. I mean that in the most respectful way.
He's heard that many a time.
Yep.
Pesky.
Just smiles and continues on his very good major league career. There Phil comes inside, picks up that inside corner. Another good breaking ball downstairs.
A strikeout and a ground out for Phil DeMontre.
If he throws that breaking ball down in that neighborhood, he's got a good one. It's real simple. You make good pitches, you get a lot of outs. Hitting's tough. And you as a pitcher don't make mistakes, you're going to win most of the time. Righty left, or just righty righty action.
2 hits and 14 at-bats in the series for Adrian Gonzalez. Home run in the first. Talked about his ties to both Mexico, growing up in Tijuana, and of course a huge fan favorite in San Diego. His father played for the Mexican national team, David, who owns an air conditioning business. All of his kids played ball growing up. His brother played World Baseball Classic for Mexico. Adrian says the way he fields a ground ball, and he's a good defensive player, a lot of times plays it off to the side with one hand. Very smooth, instinctive. He said that's from Mexico. The way he approaches his at-bats, he uses a lot of game tapes, a lot of scouting reports, almost obsessive. He says that's from the United States. And the way he swings, oftentimes right level through the zone.
International?
Inside the ball. He said that is from Tony Gwynn.
Yeah.
And he is retired. And a routine play nicely done by Phil DeMatre. A 1-2-3, top of the 7th inning. Pirates down 1. Sure. Veteran Mike Adams, reinstated from the disabled list 3 days ago. On the DL August the 26th with a strained right shoulder. He has done well much of the season. He came off the disabled list first week in June, having undergone surgery on his shoulder to repair a torn right labrum in October of last year. So when healthy, very effective.
Conversation with Gary Varsho and Steve Pearce concerning the base running. Steve stating his case and Gary stating his. As to how you can go about avoiding that next time. Well, this young man on the mound has an ERA for yourself, 0.89. And just 1 home run given up, in case you're looking in that direction. Now, I'm assuming it had to do with the base running situation, but it could be some defensive discussion too. Probably about base running.
A lot of work, a lot of attention from the coaches at the big league level. Ouch.
Well, we're going to have time to discuss whatever we want to right now. You know, on that subject, Greg, I talked to Tony La Russa because, you know, I kind of a knee-jerk reaction thinking there's more instruction, more teaching at the major league level than ever because guys are rushed up. But I brought up that subject with Tony. He said there's always been a lot of teaching at the major league level. It still has to happen because the game is faster.
Now, let me ask you, did you get that? Did you see that much when you were playing in the big leagues? Do you remember that much attention?
Not as much.
So it may be a more recent phenomenon, last a couple decades, say, huh?
Yeah, because guys came out and did their work, but I didn't see as many guys. Just a jam shot there, peanut butter and jam. Gets in on the hands of Garrett. But, I mean, guys would come out like Maz would take, you know, 50, 75 ground balls, but they had a routine. I didn't see as much individual attention like, you know, early afternoon. I'm sure there was some, but, of course, everything is paid more attention to now, scrutinized and all that thing. So we pick everything up now. But back in the day, you spent more time in the minor leagues and you were expected to know more about your craft. So perhaps the fact that you spent more minor league time made a difference.
Did you go over that at all with, I know you talked to Ted Simmons yesterday. Did you broach that subject with him at all in terms of the coaching and the way the game is played these days?
Yeah, he said there's a tremendous amount of coaching, but he said that the players come up from the minor leagues now more sophisticated and smarter. Maybe there's more college guys are playing the big leagues. I don't know. I never had the idea that they are smarter now than we were, or we are smarter than they are. I think it still comes down to baseball instincts when it comes down to it, rather than just pure flat-out intelligence. I mean, a guy can be brilliant and not be able to play baseball.
Now, how much of the fact as Doman goes down swinging, you talked about how you don't recall that much one-on-one teaching at the big league level when you were playing, which is not a criticism, that's just the way it was when you were playing.
Well, you know, and the thing, you still get that teaching, but once you're around 4 or 5 years, I was under the belief, and I still believe it, that you're pretty much your own coach. I mean, you should know what's right and wrong, what's working, what's not working. If you make a mistake, every once in a while you need to be reminded about mechanics. You know, the old adage, once you got to the big leagues, your pitching coach would tell you drop down. that was the common thing. You drop your arm down. Otherwise, you should pretty much know what you're doing. But that's again after you've been around 4 or 5 years and you've established yourself. But I don't think there's any doubt. There's more individual attention practiced by major league coaches now than ever before, and that's why you don't see as much of the buddy system. You see,
Steve,
you try to get people that are qualified. It used to be the buddy system.
They're also, I mean, you talk about a bench coach who's very much. You didn't have a bench coach when you played.
No.
So there's at least one more. Well, of course, bullpen coach, 2 more, maybe 3 more coaches around.
Yeah.
There's more personnel.
We had 1 trainer. We had a first base coach, third base coach, pitching coach, and batting coach.
Who was your strength and conditioning coach?
Gee, let me think.
You didn't have a video coordinator?
Mm-hmm.
No. And a lot of all that has to do with obviously the evolution of the game and the fact that there's so much money involved in it. Hastings Millage, a forgetful night at the plate for him. He is 0 for 4, and the Pirates still down 3-2. USA defeats Australia 4-3. Trevor Plouffe, who was in the Pirates organization for a time, obviously the walk-off home run, but Alvarez is 10 for 36, 4 homers, 11 RBIs, 3 of those homers in one game, sets a World Cup record. The Pirates' #1 pick last year, Pedro Alvarez, is shining for Team USA in the 2009 Baseball World Cup in Europe.
So yeah, Greg, finish up. The game is much more sophisticated, much more technology. Most of the video that we watched was X-rated.
Fly ball deep to left field, and Chase Headley hits a home run off Jesse Chavez to give the Padres a 4-2 lead. Headley's 12th of the season.
And nothing cheap about it. Straight over the 399 sign. Welcome to Mr. Chavez here in the top of the 8th inning. Fastball right there, and Jesse knows that he got a lot of it. And he got enough to get it over the fence. Second home run of the night for the Padres, and it's followed up with a solid single.
Number 12 for Headley. Headley, the third baseman, drives it to dead central. The home run given up by Jesse Chavez.
A little cushion for the Padres now as they stretch it out to 4-2.
Fly ball to right. Salazar is retired. Nick Hundley is 1 for 3. 2 home runs tonight for the Padres. It was reported in at least one paper the last couple of days that Jesse Chavez might be down to his last 3 appearances or so, as the Pirates, according to published reports, are going to be careful with him. John Russell laughed at that. He said, I don't know where people come up with these things. I said, sure, we're going to watch Chavez just like we do all the pitchers, but he's not down to his last 3 appearances. Pirates officially shut down Ohlendorf, the starter. Ross Ohlendorf finishes the year with 11 wins and a .392 ERA. Ross Ohlendorf has reached their not only innings limit, Pirates also being very watchful and careful with them in terms of pitch count. One of the other players that came over in that Xavier Nady deal last season, Daniel McCutcheon, made his 4th start tonight. Jeff Karstens has been used in both the starting role and long relief. And Jose Tabata, he's not too far away from the big leagues.
Rough move there by Venable. Thought he might be taken off for second base.
Ohlendorf with Jason Jaramillo. That's hit hard to left.
Forget it.
Nick Hundley. That is a bomb. His 7th. San Diego Padres take a 6-2 lead over Chavez and the Pirates.
Well, catchers don't run all that well most of the time, but to hit it that far, you don't have to run very fast at all. Put a charge into that ball.
The grab made. One of the left field loonies. 6-2 San Diego.
You know, Greg, you talk about bench coaches. I'm always reminded Danny Murtaugh did not have a bench coach until Bill Verdon came along, but he had made that one speech on the last day of spring training every year. After the cuts are made, got us all together and said, well, it's you 25, the 4 coaches and me. He said, if you get up on somebody, don't back off, because if you keep it close in the later innings, I'll screw it up. Yeah, the Irishman had a way with words, and a lot of people feel like he has some credentials to be considered for the Hall of Fame. And if, by the way, if you feel that same way, you can address your thoughts to the Pirate alumni at PNC Park, 115 Federal Street, Pittsburgh 15212, because they're starting to collect those kind of things. The support for Danny Murtaugh to get some consideration for the Hall. Again, just send it to the Pittsburgh Pirates alumni, care PNC Park, 115 Federal Street, Pittsburgh 15212. Appreciate the consideration. I just absolutely love that man. Love playing baseball for him.
I know you would not argue.
I would endorse Danny. He's got a lot of credentials.
Yep. There is a movement to try and force the issue, get Murtaugh into the Hall of Fame.
His granddaughter is writing a book about the smiling, whistling Irishman, and I was very flattered to be asked to write the foreword for that book. A lot of great Danny Murtaugh stories. One of my favorites involved Doc Ellis, the volatile pitcher that we had. The late Doc Ellis passed away, and Doc got steamed up about something and told all of us, he said, I'm going to go ahead and straighten Murtaugh out. I'm going to get this whole issue straightened out. Another ball that's well hit. That one's going to be caught by Andrew McCutcheon. So we all followed Doc in as he went toward Murtaugh's office. We're all hovering around the door.
See what he's going to say, huh?
Yep. Doc went in. 20 minutes later, he came out. We said, well, what happened? He said, I don't know. I got in there and I forgot even what I went in there for.
Murtaugh diffused it?
Yep. He got it squared away. And it wasn't double talk, although Danny was very good at double talk. But he had a way of almost seeming to be prepared for whatever anybody might approach him with. And it's just people instincts, among other things. And a couple of World Series rings for the Irishman.
1960 and 1971. World champion Pirates under Danny Murtaugh. 1,115 managerial wins. That's a fair ball. And Chavez not able to get there in time. What a play by Pierce, but the pinch hitter Durango will reach on the hit. Chavez looked like he stopped for a minute.
Well, I think he really thought in his mind that ball was foul, so he did hesitate, and the hesitate cost him the out at first base. Steve Pierce did not quit on the play.
Watch Chavez again.
He's going to take off, and then he thought that ball was foul and slowed down. Simple as that.
And John Russell thinks he was out anyway. Discussing it with Scott Berry. Take another look. Wow. He did step on the foot. You have to assume that John Russell is as frustrated as any person alive these days. But he's talked about this in the past. He very, very rarely gets too upset, goes out there and discusses things. He believes that in the long run, umpires will, all things being equal, if you don't do it too much and you pick your spots, they'll be very fair with you.
Now Gary Darling, the crew chief, over.
Everett Cabrera, 0 for 4. And now dome it out to talk to Chavez. 2 home runs here in the 8th inning. Padres have opened up a 6-2 lead, trying to take 3 of 4. Padres have gone 30-20 since July 28th. One of the better records in the league.
They've done it with pitching in general, and I think bullpen in particular. When they've gotten ahead, they've been able to bring some people out of the bullpen that have been very effective. Pirates probably get a break with the fact that Adams has departed, but they don't lose much when they one of those guys out in left center field.
As we've said, that bullpen more than a run better than the starters' ERA. Starters earned run average 490, relievers 371. Hit in the air to center. McCutchen. And the long top of the 8th inning comes to a close. Chavez gives up 2 homers, and San Diego leads 6-2. Team gear, including official caps, t-shirts, jerseys, collectibles, and more. Get your team gear straight from the source. Online at Pirates.com.
Well, the Padres go from one strong arm to another as you take a look at the Parrot working the crowd, trying to get something going. Luke Gregerson coming on. Adams goes a scoreless inning, recording a strikeout. Just 1 run, or 2 runs, excuse me, for the Pirates on 6 hits.
Gregerson has not allowed a run in 18 innings going back to August 16th. Longest active scoreless inning streak in the majors.
He's in the Khalil Green deal with the St. Louis Cardinals.
What a job, you'd have to say, by the general manager, again, Kevin Towers, to put the bullpen together very late. They were scrambling heading into this season to put a bullpen together.
Trevor Hoffman gone. This young man, 69 innings, 83 strikeouts.
Leadoff walk to Steve Pearce.
Yeah, well,
lose Trevor Hoffman and
get Heath Bell.
How about that?
What a job he has done. From a setup man to 37, 38 saves for the Padres. 39.
Picked up his 39th yesterday, I believe. Mr. Bell, 39 saves. Real good stuff. 6-2 lead for the Padres. Delwin Young snapped an 0 for 27 hitless string.
Nick Hundley going out there and saying, listen, let's not fool around with this thing. We don't get 6 runs every night. Padres have been struggling offensively. You mentioned that their team batting average is last.
Yep, in baseball.
And getting 6 runs, they want to make sure they tend to their knitting.
There's the strike to Delwin Young. Wade LeBlanc, 5 innings, 1 run, 5 hits. He's in line to win it. Greg Burke got 1 out in the 6th. Ryan Webb got the last 2 outs. Line to right field, and a diving attempt by Venable skips past him. And so Steve Pearce will wind up at third, and Delwin Young into second base. I don't know how wise that was by Venable to try and make a diving play with his club up 6-2.
The answer is not very. Give him the base hit, keep things in order. Tries to make the play, just kind of squirts away, and Pirates in a position to get back into this thing.
A double for Delwin Young off the glove of Will Venable.
That's being close to being robbed, and that's the way it's been going for Delwin Young. But this one falls for him, so he's got himself a 2-for-4 night. It's been a while since he's had one.
Ronnie Cedeno foul tip. Cedeno 1 hit and 12 at bats in the series. Neil Huntington says that they like what he can do offensively as long as he stays in the middle of the field. It's the challenge for Cedeno and the Pirates. This will produce an out. No, it won't. Wow. That appeared to be a routine ground ball dropped by Cabrera, his 17th error. RBI for Cedeno, and this is starting to get interesting.
It's one of those nights, and the inning starts out. Well, think of what the Pirates have going here. A free pass, that's a negative for the Padres. They don't catch the ball, the double by Delwin Young, and now a botch play at shortstop. So this has got all the makings of a nasty bottom of the 8th from the Padres standpoint, and perhaps an opening of the door for the Pirates.
That breaks the scoreless inning streak we just talked about for Luke Gregerson. And who knows what happens if Venable just makes the play and accepts the single. Runners at first and second. Maybe that chopper by Cedeno, if you're one who believes that the same play occurs. I'm not one who does, but first and second things can change. But if you believe that, Cabrera then picks that ball up. Maybe he doesn't think about rushing it, gets a force at second.
Yeah, so you got the walk, perhaps a bad judgment, and an error. That's the way doors get opened. Bud Black has been around a long time. He knows that this has got a bad smell to it from the Padres standpoint.
Ramon Vasquez, the pinch hitter. Fly ball to left. Should make it a 6-4 ball game. Wow. See. That's amazing.
Weird stuff.
I don't know why Delwyn Young doesn't tag and score. You would think if he does, the throw would have been to second, but instead they throw toward the plate. That is bizarre.
Tagging up, every intention of going.
Pirates get 90 feet out of it as Salazar decides to throw toward the plate. Well, base hit can make it a one-run game. Cedeno wisely moves to second. And McCutchen. 1 hit in 3 at-bats plus a walk. He lined a ball back to Luke Gregerson 2 days ago, right back to the box, and singled to center field yesterday against him. So he's been right up the middle. One ball, one strike. Instead of Steve throwing to second and conceding the run, keeping the double play in order.
Yeah.
With his team ahead at the time, 6-3.
Another mistake.
Yeah.
That's 4.
And this is going to hit the gap in right center. So the Padres give up 2 more. McCutchen into second. It is 6-5. Luke Gregerson, who had the scoreless inning streak coming into this frame of 18. The longest active scoreless streak in the major leagues, has given up 3 in this 8th inning.
And it's been a badly played half inning for the Padres. And now a base hit, back to square one.
Andrew McCutchen picks up his 49th and 50th RBIs of his rookie season.
Well, there haven't been very many streaks in history that go on forever. But when they go away, sometimes you like to hope from Gregerson's standpoint they don't completely unravel. This one's got a chance to do that.
In the air to Venable.
The problem now, of course, if you don't get the job done here in the bottom of the 8th, you're going to have to face Mr. Bell. But Black wants to go over and
that's the left-hander.
Make the move, and he finally wants that lefty to face Garrett Jones. Finally.
Pirates have gotten 3 so far. And Thatcher will come on our Columbia Gas 811 call to the pen. first inning, hit home run number 20 off left-hander Wade LeBlanc. 20 as a rookie. Garrett Jones will be coming to the plate to face lefty Joe Thatcher with a man at second base and 2 outs in the 8th.
Another strong arm out of the bullpen. Take a look. Innings 40 and 2/3. Strikeouts 47. Averaging more than a strikeout an inning.
We mentioned earlier that Thatcher has limited left-handed batters to a 182 batting average.
And just 2 home runs given up. Just 2. It's 40 innings. The standard issue left-hander's big sweeping breaking ball. Well, you know that distinct sidearm motion is not much fun for a left-hand batter. It almost feels like he's coming down the first baseline with that delivery.
He's ahead of Garrett Jones. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Oh, he got him. The Pirates get 3 thanks to some shaky defense on the part of the Padres. On Milton Bradley. He's been suspended for the rest of the year with 2 years left on the contract. They will try to shop him around, no doubt. We will see. Milton Bradley quoted in a paper yesterday saying, "You understand why they haven't won in 100 years here." That didn't sit too well with Cubs management. One of their own players saying that.
Now that doesn't go down too easy.
2 years left on his 3-year, $30 million deal, and Matt Capps now trying to keep this a 1-run deficit. Faces David Eckstein. A couple of hits tonight for Eckstein. 3 hits in the series. Tops this ball foul. Capps pitched a scoreless 9th inning on Friday in a 5-1 Bucco win, and he did not face Eckstein in that ball game.
His counterpart for the Padres, no surprise, warming up, Heath Bell.
Eckstein signed over the winters, a free agent. Moving from the shortstop position. Broken bat, roller to the Pirates shortstop. Ronnie Cedeno throws out Eckstein. And it's Adrian Gonzalez. Gonzalez now with 39 homers. He has increased his home run total each year in his 6 big league seasons. 1 ball, 1 strike. From 1 to 6 to 24 to 30 to 36, and now sitting on 39.
We talk about a high water mark for Garrett Jones to get to the 20 mark. Sounds better and is better than 19. Boy, 40, that level has a little different ring than 39 also.
Gonzalez was a first-round draft pick, the first overall choice by the Florida Marlins 9 years ago. And the Marlins didn't keep him long. They traded him to Texas in a deal for Uget Urbina, right-handed reliever. And though he saw some big league playing time with the Rangers, Texas never gave him a full-time shot. Only played 16 games in 2004, 43 games the following year. So they traded him to San Diego. That was part of the Chris Young trade. Not only did they get Adrian Gonzalez, but the Padres got the big right-hander out of Princeton, Chris Young. They sent Adam Eaton and Akinora Otsuka to Texas. Quite a trade for the Padres, you'd say. And he hits it far but foul. Adrian Gonzalez, 27 years old. Gold Glove first baseman.
And that's pretty good when you got a guy like Derek Bell in the league.
Yep. Well, that's pretty good stuff from Caps.
Well, speaking of Gold Gloves, I had a chance to sit down with Perry Hill, the Pirates infield coach, and just go around the infield positions asking him who he thought was the best at every stop. And the name Derek Bell came up. The name Will Clark came up. And he said he watched Maz and Gene Alley play second and short when he was growing up.
Well, I sure hope the Pirates and Perry Hill can work out something.
Yep.
Love to see him come back. And he has gotten rave reviews from. And he had the reputation before he came to the Pirates, but everybody complimenting Perry Hill on the job he has done with this Pirates infield, no matter who's been out there. Jeez, Headley almost takes a head dive.
And Perry's choice at third base is a pretty universal one. Brooks Robinson thought was about as good as anybody, because he said he never had the ball in his glove very long. Quick release.
1-2 on Headley. Homered in the 8th off Chavez. 6 runs, a dozen hits for San Diego. 5 runs, 8 hits, 10 left for the Pirates. Hastings Millage will have another shot in the bottom of the 9th inning. Domit will be leading off as Heath Bell continues to crank it up in the bullpen. Bell has saved back-to-back games. This ball hit into the corner. Fair, stays in play. A double for Headley. His second double.
What a night he's had.
Yeah.
4 for 5.
I wonder if he had even considered taking off for third, saying, what the heck? Triple shy of the cycle. No, not with his team up by just a run. His first career 4-hit game.
He would have been out. Ball got in very quickly by Garrett Jones from the corner.
Will Venable, 1 out of 4. Will Venable's father, Max, a big league player, was once traded for Al Oliver. Al Oliver, the former Pirate, will be in the Trib Total Media Hall of Fame Club before Thursday's game, part of a alumni autograph Thursdays. He and Elroy Face, and Eddie Whitson, a former Padre, will be coming to town. Whitson drafted by the Pirates. 0-2 count on Will Venable.
I think his dad works in the Padre organization now.
His father, Max Venable. Will, an outstanding basketball player as well for the Princeton Tigers. Fly ball to McCutcheon as he approaches the warning track. He is there. A scoreless top of the 9th inning. Heath Bell looking to save it. Ryan Domit will lead things off. He'll be followed by Hastings Millage and Steve Pearce. Can the Pirates come back? Bronson Arroyo faces Charlie Morton on Thursday afternoon. Probable pitching matchups. The upcoming Red Series before the Dodgers come in starting Friday night.
Heath Bell, we could give you a whole package of numbers, but the main thing you need to know is that he leads the National League with 39 saves. After being a setup man last year, he has moved into the role and has taken it by the teeth and not look back. Tremendous year for Heath Bell. He becomes the 7th Padre pitcher, by the way, of the evening. LeBlanc, Burke, Webb, Adams, Gregerson, Thatcher, and Bell. I'm going to show you his numbers anyway.
5 blown saves for Heath Bell. Pirates won the opener 5-1. Heath Bell saved Saturday afternoon's game, 2-1 victory. He saved yesterday's 4-0 shutout. The batter, Ryan Domit, 2 hits plus a walk. He struck out against Bell, leading off the 9th inning on Saturday afternoon. In the last 2 games, Bell facing 6 Pirates batters, struck out 3 of them. Gave up 1 hit, a pinch hit to Brandon Moss in the 9th inning on Saturday afternoon.
You ever get a feeling about a given situation? You know, nobody expecting too much now.
You got a feeling?
Yep. Got a feeling the Pirates
with Domit, or just the Buccos going to come back
here in the 9th
All
inning.
right.
I do.
I like it. I like it.
Doesn't always work, but
well, the way the Padres have played defensively, trying to hand wrap a comeback into center field, and it will drop in for a hit. Ryan Domit starts the bottom of the 9th, a good field of the inning. His 3rd hit of the game, and on base for the 4th time. And how about this man here? Of all people to come to the plate, Lastings Milledge. Wouldn't he love to jump on one here? Ryan Bixler will pinch run for Domit, representing the tying run in the 9th. Milledge came to the plate in the 1st inning. After Garrett Jones had homered, Domit singled. Milledge popped up to end that frame. He came up in the 3rd inning with the bases loaded and 2 outs and popped to short. He came to the plate with 2 on and 2 outs in the 5th inning and bounced to short. And now he bunts as John Russell wants to get that tying run into scoring position.
Well, the bunt is in order here for the Pirates, but ironically, look at the San Diego outfield. They are playing as far back as you can, protecting against the doubles, obviously, but the kind of ironic defensive alignment for a long ball.
And you wonder if Milledge didn't miss a sign. Beasley calls him over.
Perhaps the bunt was not in order. That defense set up deep and the bunt attempt. We'll see if it happens again.
There he is bunting, and he fouls it off, and it's 0-2. Milledge popped up against Bell on Saturday. 0 for 5 in his career against Heath Bell. Pirates have done some good work on occasion against Heath Bell over the last couple of seasons. He has an ERA of 6.59 versus Pittsburgh lifetime, covering 14 games.
And that includes the good stuff he's done in this series.
There goes Bixler, and it's lined to right field. Bixler, a little stutter step and a stumble, but into 3rd base. They tried to bunt Milledge. He fouled off 2. Then they sent Bixler, and he rifles one into right.
Got a good feel about this thing.
I know you do, Butch. The tying run 90 feet away.
skid there, coming around second base. Brian's in comfortably. High fastball. Not the pitch that Heath Bell wanted to throw. 0-2 for sure.
So the Pirates send Bixler down a run, a little gambling action after trying to bunt Millage twice.
And you better keep an eye on Millage at first base. If I were the Padres, I'd have that in the back of my mind.
Steve Pearce, the middle infield, looking for the ground ball. Could go home. Could try to turn two. Strike on Pearce. He has walked twice, scored twice. He's bounced to short and struck out looking.
Eckstein and Cabrera exchanging information, what they want to do.
Two. Still 0-2. Heath Bell is going to wiggle his way out of this one and save his 40th. He's going to have to do some kind of pitching now. First and third, nobody out. Bixler, the tying run at third, the winning run in Millage at first. Gets a piece.
Bee Gees.
Staying alive. Two on Steve Pearce. He struck out against Bell in yesterday's game. And a block. Hundley nearly had that one skip past him.
If that would have happened, now you're really in business. You've tied the game, a runner at second. You really go to work in the manufacturing area. Big save. Well, he's shown Steve Pearce a lot of fastballs, and Steve has maybe perhaps got to the point where he feels comfortable catching up to it. And Heath Bell tried the breaking ball and almost tied this ball game up. Fastball away.
Stays alive.
The more fastballs you see, even if they're good ones, you become a little more comfortable. If I was a catcher, I'd have been a little reluctant to call a slider down the dirt.
You're not kidding.
Ball almost ate him up.
Pirates collecting 10 hits tonight. First time they've gone double digits in the hits column since September the 6th. And lays off.
Another breaking ball. Well, what makes great closers great is their lack of fear. He's missed with a couple breaking balls, but the good guys aren't afraid to come back with it. You have to have the mental approach that is quite unique in this game, I feel, to be a closer. You cannot be afraid of anything. You miss badly with a couple breaking balls, you can't be afraid to do it again.
Two of the blown saves for Heath Bell recently against the Colorado Rockies back-to-back nights, September 11th and 12th.
See that thumb come up for the throw to first base? That used to be the knock him down sign. Flip him. That was quick. Yep. Oh, there we go. Fastball. Wants the breaking ball again.
Whoa, Pearce lays off. What discipline there? 3-2.
Wow, this is such a tough pitch to take. It's looking good, and then downstairs and down far enough to miss. Very good discipline. And now I got to be guessing fastball here.
Yep.
But, and if he throws you the breaking ball, you just tip your cap. But he's missed with the breaking balls. But he goes again. See, there's the confidence. That's the closer mentality. And a good job by Steve Pearce, because Steve has got to be protecting against the real good fastball. Heath Bell kind of wondering what he's got to do to get on the other side of Steve Pearce.
One heck of an at bat from Pearce.
Yep.
This will be the 10th pitch that Steve Pearce sees from Heath Bell.
Again? Yep.
Lays off. How about that at bat from Steve Pearce? Boy, did he battle there.
That is such self-control to lay off that. That one not quite as good as the previous pitch, but still the curveball. When you're thinking dead red the whole time, that might be the at bat of the ball game. Could be the at bat of the ball game.
And now the winning run goes into scoring position, and the batter is Delwyn Young, who entering this game in his first start in several days because of the sore back, 0 for 25. He flied out to the warning track and left in the second, struck out looking in the fourth to extend his hitless string to 0 for 27. But he singled to right in the sixth and doubled to right in the eighth.
Well, certainly no outfield double defense featured now by the Padres. They've got to come in and try to cut off a ball that might land in front of them, or put themselves in a position where they don't let Lastings Millage score on a base hit. And by the way, Lastings Millage gets pretty much as much of a lead as he wants because they've got to play it so honest on the infield. They can't really dog him too much at second base, and he is the winning run. There he is.
That middle infield will go for 2. One ball, one strike on Delwyn Young.
And Heath Bell trying to reach back, get a little extra 94-mile-an-hour fastball delivered to Delwyn.
Bounce to first. Nice play. Gonzalez gets the out there and on to first. No! Ball gets away. Not far enough for Millage to think about breaking for the plate. The Padres lead intact. And now we're going to get an argument that Young was running out of the lane and that he should be ruled out. Well, Paul Emmel asked for help. Wouldn't this be a disaster? He wants Emmel to ask Scott Berry. As Gonzalez threw home to get one, and the relay almost went into right field. No, I think he's okay.
Yeah, that's such a thin line there. He's not going to win that argument. It's such a judgment call. That whole first base thing, running down the line at first base, is such a gray area. Well, that ball could have bounced anywhere, but it just dies.
Now a double play wins it for the Padres.
As you said, Ronnie Cedeno is a very good bunter. The idea of a squeeze just creeps in the back of your mind, not being probable, but certainly Cedeno goes through the motions, checking with Tony Beasley, Beasley checking with Millage.
Two and 0 on Ronnie Cedeno. He's popped to second, walked, sacrificed, and reached on an error. Got credit for the RBI on that bouncer to the shortstop, Cabrera. Now it's Lastings Millage at third, representing the tying run. 2-1.
By the way, that was an above-average pick by Gonzalez at first base on the backhand side of an in-between hop.
Yep. And you can see he was so close to first base, but he had to measure that runner at third and realized couldn't take that chance to tag first and take away the force. So right there, just a quick shuffle.
Yeah, another half a foot, he has a very difficult decision.
2-1 on Cedeno. And now they want to come to terms here, Hundley and Bell. Pirates are 1 for 10 with men in scoring position tonight, 3 for 29 in the series. Back to that quote from John Russell about needing to be better in these situations. Millage, he scores, the game would be tied. Pierce scores, the game is over.
Neither one of them score, the game is over.
Yeah. 6-5 San Diego. Bell trying to save it for the starter Wade LeBlanc. Strike 2. Pirates are down to 3 possible pinch hitters. 2 of them catchers. Jason Jaramillo, the switch hitter, Robinson Diaz, and switch hitter Neil Walker. 2-2 the count remains on Cedeno. Well, it has been a lot of work for Heath Bell in this one. He got a 2-out save yesterday, striking out Steve Pierce and Neil Walker to preserve the 4-0 win. He came on with 2 on and 1 out. He faced 4 batters on Saturday.
Jaramillo has a batting helmet on the steps in the Pirate dugout.
Still 2-2. Cedeno talking to himself. There's Jaramillo. Pirates trying to come away with a split of this 4-game series. The season series ends tonight. The clubs have split the first 6. Bucks won 2 of 3 against the Padres in April at Petco Park. Another 2-2 pitch to Cedeno is due, but Bell steps off. This will be his 27th pitch of the inning.
He's trying to freeze Cedeno. Walked off the mound and stepped off the back of the rubber.
Still 2-2.
You wonder with him working so much over the weekend whether just enough where he's not
just a tad, not
dominating,
strong.
so the ball's not getting by people. They're getting a little piece because maybe just a little bit of speed off the fastball.
Just enough to stay alive, these Pirate hitters.
Instead of swinging and missing, they're just getting a piece.
And chopped to the right side, and they will just get 1. So it is tied at 6. Not pretty, but it's tied.
What a good at bat by Cedeno. Hung in there. Pirates still in business, but they're still in the ball game.
Jason Jaramillo to bat for Matt Capps. Tied at 6. Millage, the break.
And the decision by Eckstein to go to first base. Once the ball got past Bell, there was a run for the Pirates.
Second RBI of the night for Ronnie Cedeno. Now Jaramillo wasn't as sick as Andy LaRoche the last 3 nights, but Jaramillo less than 100%, has been under the weather. Now the winning run 90 feet away. Jaramillo much better hitter from this side, 276 batting average.
4 wild pitches for Heath Bell, in case you're interested in that.
And in case the game remains tied, Steven Jackson in the Bucco bullpen. Back to Bell. Extra innings. The Pirates get one. On to the 10th, 6-6.
Snit, it's better to do it before the September call-ups. There's more room in the dugout. Just crowded. I mean, you don't want to take somebody's head off.
Well, it becomes now battle with Steven Jackson for the Padres.
Armio behind the plate. Numbers for Steven.
Pirates are 2-8 in extra innings this season, 1-4 at home. Meanwhile, the Padres are playing their 16th extra inning game. 9-6 overall, 9-6 record, and 2-3 on the road in extra sessions. For San Diego, Jaramillo now catching. Oscar Salazar at the plate. To LaRoche. One out. Nick Hundley homered his last time up. He's also doubled. Hit a ball to the warning track and fouled out. A no decision, as it turns out, for Daniel McCutcheon. Went 6, gave up 3. Pirates scoring in the 10th takes him off the hook. Strike one on the catcher of the Padres, Nick Hundley.
Paul Emmel, home plate umpire, still ringing him up. Long night for the umpires.
0-2. Steven Jackson has not been charged with an earned run over his last 7 outings. Steve, got to give you credit. You said you had a feeling.
Had a feeling.
You called it.
One more run wanted. When they loaded the base with nobody else, of course, you just automatically expect at least one. Pirates had to work hard to get that one. To Steven Jackson, not working overly hard, but working well. 2 quick outs in the 10th. Yeah, bases loaded, nobody outs.
So what's that? 1 for 11 tonight with men in scoring position. 3 for 30 in the series. But Steven Jackson gets the first 2.
I doubt whether Heath Bell would come back out. I mean,
I would doubt it.
Working all series and what, over 30 pitches that last inning, the bottom of the ninth.
Sean Gallagher, the likely pitcher in the bottom of the 10th. And Gwynn, shot to center.
There's our answer. Macias batting for Bell. Better keep an eye on Tony Gwynn at first base.
Macias started in left field on Saturday and was 0 for 3. Swings and pops up the first pitch. Andy LaRoche calls for it. Go to the bottom of the 10th, and the top of the Bucco batting order will be due up. Andrew McCutchen will start things off. Folks that have stuck around, paid attendance 12,566. Sean Gallagher will take over and face Andrew McCutchen. Andrew McCutchen has been a walk-off hero. August 25th against Brad Lynch. And an exciting win, a walk-off dinger over the world champion Philadelphia Phillies in the Michael Jordan Slam.
Do it again. Oh, Mr. Gallagher.
There have been
pitcher number 8 for the Padres.
Some innovative ways to celebrate walk-offs. One that didn't sit too well. Was it against these Padres? No, it was the Giants. The Brewers, when Prince Fielder.
Oh, they all crumbled down like
home
dominoes.
Yeah, like he was the bowling ball and they were the bowling pins. But that was pretty cool by McCutchen, the Michael Jordan slam. 2-0 count on McCutchen. And a 2-1 count. Gallagher, his 7th appearance as a member of the Padres. recalled September the 7th. Acquired by San Diego the end of July to complete the Scott Hairston deal with Oakland.
I can't hear Gallagher without thinking of the comedian.
I was just going to say, when Gallagher, when he saves games, he does. That's what he does. He goes and he smashes watermelons up against the dugout wall. 3-2.
How many times do you think he's heard that?
Lots.
Lots of times.
And the Pirates have the winning run on. Now, how do they get him to second, Steve? What do you do?
They bunt him.
They bunt him?
Yep.
They give him a chance to steal it first?
No.
Okay.
You already got first base. You don't want to give it up. You don't want to run into an out. That's my guess.
So we'll see if the bunt is in order here for Andy LaRoche. They're trying to go on an expedition to find out.
Monday wants to talk to Gallagher. Watch out for the wooden mallet. They used to put plastic.
Anybody in the front 3 rows had to wear plastic. You didn't have to. It was available for purchase, I guess. And there he goes, and it's a ground ball to second. Little skip by McCutchen past the baseball. Eckstein throws to first to get LaRoche.
Takes right off. No hesitation. Another wrong guess on my part, but it works for the Pirates.
Well, you wouldn't think that they would face Garrett Jones here. First base open, they would walk him intentionally and set up a chance to face the rookie Neil Walker.
Well, they're playing with fire. Extra innings, 2 free passes.
Neil Walker, well, he came pretty close on Saturday.
Yep.
In the 9th inning with a runner on, down 1 against Heath Bell. And he had a fly ball to right field, sending Will Venable back to the base of the Clemente wall. That close to at least tying the game with an extra base hit, if not winning it with a home run. The hometown boy, Neil Walker, will bat for Steven Jackson.
And once again, the Padres got to be fairly honest. And I mentioned that in reference to Andrew McCutchen at second base, so he should be able to get at least his regular lead, if not a step more, because they've got to play pretty straight up with Neil Walker or anybody. Got to protect on that ball. They can't let it go through the infield. So Andrew should have some room.
1 out, the winning run at second base. And Neil Walker comes to the plate and takes ball 1 from Sean Gallagher. Two 2-0. Bud Black ordering the intentional walk to face the switch-hitting rookie Neil Walker, who had some thrilling moments this year at the AAA Indy.
Make sure you get a strike here, Neil. Okay.
Fouls it back. Former first-round pick of the Pirates out of Pine Richland High School. Neil Walker will turn 24 years old tomorrow. What a birthday present it would be. 2-2. He was the 11th pick overall in 2004. An injury this season cost him some time at AAA, still managed to hit 14 homers, driving 69 in 95 games. Ground ball to second, double play ball. 4, 6, and 3. Going to go to the 11th. Here at PNC Park, tied at 6. It's ridiculous, this series. 3 for 31 in 4 games.
Yeah, it's there. You can't ignore it.
Yeah. Top of the batting order, and Everett Cabrera will face Jeff Karstens. Steven Jackson, a scoreless 10th. Ball 1. Karstens, good job yesterday. 6 up and 6 down, pitching the 7th and 8th innings. This is his 26th relief appearance since making his last start June the 5th in Houston. And look out here. Karstens throws and hits the runner. And he makes a turn if they can get the ball to first quickly. And they can't. It'll be a bunt single for Everett Cabrera.
Well, they had a chance to get him because Karstens got over there, and that's the only opportunity they have, is to have Pierce hold at first and Karstens come over and pick up the ball and shovel it to the first baseman. Jeff gets it, but see, I think the mistake there is he picked it up in his glove and had to transfer it over to the hand. He's got to pick it up with both and then shovel all in one motion. That's the one chance you have. Once he had to take time to get it out of the glove into the throwing hand, the play was over.
Eckstein bunts it hard to first. Pierce thought briefly about second and throws to get Eckstein. Now they will likely walk Adrian Gonzalez. Couldn't imagine any scenario where they would pitch to him.
So the transfer of the ball from the glove to the hand cost him time.
Yep, a little bit of a hesitation there. There's Cabrera, the slight turn. If Delwyn Young able to get there quickly enough, but no chance. And now see if they intentionally walk Adrian Gonzalez. No brainer, you would think. They will. Picking your poison here because Chase Headley is having himself a career night. 4 for 5.
Thought his chances for the cycle were done.
Intentional walk issue to Adrian Gonzalez. Not a surprise that he's among the league leaders in free passes and including intentional walks. Joe Kerrigan will visit the mound. It's the 21st time that Adrian Gonzalez has been walked intentionally. Albert Pujols has been walked 43 times on purpose. Speaking of the Cardinals, they beat Houston tonight 7-3. Dave Clark's managerial debut. Interim skipper for the fired Cecil Cooper. Kyle Loesch beat Wandy Rodriguez. Mark DeRosa hit a pair of homers. Miguel Tejada and Lance Berkman with home runs and a losing cause for Houston. Cubs pounding Milwaukee 10-2. Derek Lee at his 34th. Aramis Ramirez his 14th. Mike Cameron has hit 2 home runs for the Brewers, accounting for their 2 tallies. They're heading to the 9th, 10-2 Cubbies in Milwaukee. Braden Looper gave up 7 runs in 4 innings. Tom Gorzolani started for the Cubs, giving up 2 runs in 5 innings. He walked 1 and struck out 9. Chase Headley at the plate. Ball 1. No Padre has ever hit for the cycle. Headley has a pair of doubles, a single, and a home run.
Not Headley. Blazing Saddles.
To right field. And this will bring home the go-ahead run. A 5-hit night for Chase Headley. 7-6 San Diego.
And among those 5 hits, 3 doubles, a single, and a home run.
Get him in here, Will. Get these guys in here.
What a night for Chase Headley. Now they intentionally walked Venable to get to the right-hander Oscar Salazar. Chase Headley, the Pirates had kept him in check coming into this series and coming into this game. Just a 190 average this season, 4 for 11, and 222 for his career. Entering tonight, 10 for 45 against the Pirates, but he has collected 5 hits and 6 at bats. Denny Bautista up in the bullpen. Oscar Salazar, 1 hit in 5 at bats, an RBI single in the 3rd. Jeff Karstens has not been as effective coming back off the disabled list with that lower back strain. He's been scored upon now in 8 of his last 11 games. And to this point, allowing 17 runs in 15 in the 3rd innings over that stretch of ball games. Really needs a double play ball from Salazar. Falls behind him 2-0. $16 hits for San Diego, up a run, 7-6. 3-0. Salazar had an RBI single in the 3rd inning, taking all the way. His other at-bats tonight for the Padre left fielder: 2 ground balls to 3rd, a foul out to 1st, and a fly to right. And a fly to deep left. Millage back. And it short hops the wall. 2 in on the double by Oscar Salazar. And a 9-6 lead for the Padres.
It has all come apart for the Pirates following that bunt single by Cabrera. Got it going, and now John Russell wants to see Denny Batista.
It all started with a bunt hit by Cabrera. Millage plays it off the short hop. Ball hit the track and then onto the wall. And Jeff Karstens gives way to Denny Batista. 9-6 San Diego. Columbia.
What kind of judgment? Well, he hasn't, certainly hasn't quit on his evening. If I lost 60 pounds, I could do that. Denny Batista coming on here with the horse well out of the barn in the top of the 11th. As the Padres have put up a 3 spot, and they're still in business.
Infield in, down 3 runs. And Nick Hundley takes ball 1.
His 6th at bat. Then one of those nights. 15 runs, 27 hits to this point.
Two balls and a strike on Hundley with the Padres in front 9-6. They take off for Colorado. Take on the Rockies in a 3-game series at Coors Field that starts tomorrow. The Rockies are 4.5 up on the Giants in the wild card chase. The Giants are playing at Arizona tonight, tied at 2. How about Mark Reynolds quietly, Steve, with 43 home runs for the Diamondbacks?
Is he the guy that has all the home runs and all the strikeouts?
Yeah, he's going to break his strikeout mark, which he set last year.
43
Yep.
dingers. Certainly not the high-profile status that Ryan Howard and Prince Fielder have, or Mr. Pujols.
Ball deep enough to bring home another. Sacrifice fly makes it 10-6. Hundley brings home the 10th run. Venable scoring. Salazar goes to third base. And these runs charged to Karstens. Tony Gwynn. Tony Gwynn Jr. on base 3 times. A couple of hits and intentional walk. Two outs looking for this last one here. One and two. Then you can go back to the opportunities the Pirates were given, handed by the Padres tonight. Got them into the game in the first place. And then that golden opportunity in the 9th.
Bases loaded, nobody out.
Up the middle, and another hit. 11-6. And that final run charged to Karstens. Now Blanco bats. Henry Blanco started at catcher the previous 2 games. Tony Gwynn Jr. A 3-hit night. Now, I don't know what that's about.
I don't know if his dad would be proud of that.
Why is he going to second base? That will not sit well with anybody.
I don't know what his dad would think about that.
I think we're all in agreement. I think his dad would be very unhappy with that. Well, that is going to go on the pass ball off the mid of Jaramillo. Now, if you're pitching in a situation like that, Steve.
Have to address it. Going to play that kind of baseball here. Take this one in the ribs.
Strike 3 on Blanco. 9 come to the plate against Karstens and Batista. 11-6. the 9th pitcher. LeBlanc, Burke, Webb, Adams, Gregerson, Thatcher, Bell, Gallagher, and now Adam Russell. Strike on Millage. Millage had the line single to right field in the 9th and scored the tying run. Gallagher, the pitcher of record now for San Diego. Get his 2nd win. And up the middle, a base hit to start the bottom half of the 11th. Say what you will about that guy, Lastings Millage. He comes to play every day, no doubt. He has worked. Pierce takes a strike. He's walked his last 3 times up. Down 5, just keep getting men on base.
It was Pierce that had the really good at bat in the 9th inning to load the bases with nobody out. Turned into 1 run.
Did he? According to Scott Berry, he did. And now, Pierce caught looking. Delwyn Young, 2 hits tonight in 5 at-bats. Minnesota Twins shut out the White Sox 7-zip. That division race not over yet. Detroit leads by 2.5. And the Tigers still play the Twins 4 more times. Nick Blackburn, 7 innings tonight for the Twins over the White Sox.
Ozzie Guillen is not a very happy man these days, is he?
Very, very unhappy man.
White Sox just not playing well.
You gotta love what Guillen says.
Ozzie's right out there.
He is. Yep.
He's like Ozzy Osbourne.
Yep. He says, "I'm sorry, these guys get paid a lot of money. Just getting a piece."
Ozzie's what you always call good copy.
Mm-hmm.
Very quotable.
Two balls, 2 strikes, the fastball. See, Ozzie Guillen quotes from just a couple of days ago, called his White Sox team a bunch of teases. And Delwyn Young goes down on strikes. Pirates down to their final out.
Bunch of teasers.
Yep. Oh, teases. Cedeno, a couple of RBIs. Tapper on the left side, barehanded, and throws on the first. And Adam Russell gets the final out. And boy, what a disappointing game this was.
Yep.
Pirates come back to tie it up, as we said, gift wrapped by the Padres.